Chapter 141, Dead Quiet Ancient City. Chapter 141, Dead Quiet Ancient City. The moment Little Crane heard those people looking down on Su Zimo's speed, it was displeased on the spot. It wasn't feeling unfair for Su Zimo. Instead, it was because if Su Zimo backed off and did not go, it would not be able to join him to have fun. Little Crane cried and bent down. The spirit tiger was the first to understand what was happening as it hopped onto Little Crane in a delighted manner. Little Crane's body trembled slightly and it felt disgusted for a moment. However, it did not chase the spirit tiger away and instead looked at Su Zimo, signaling for him to hop on as well. This time round, it wasn't just Su Zimo, everyone understood what was happening. Little Crane wanted to carry Su Zimo on it. The speed of a Foundation Establishment Realm Spirit Demon was much faster than Lu Yangrong and the others. Furthermore, who would have imagined that the child of the mystical guardian beast would actually be willing to lower its dignity and carry a Qi refinement warrior? What kind of treatment was that? Lu Yangrong and Guan Jin were both red with envy. If it was the both of them, they would have hopped on eagerly. However, Su Zimo frowned. Hesitating for a moment, he said deeply, "I'm quite heavy. Are you able to carry me?" Su Zimo was wearing the mystic gold silk armor which weighed a full 5 tons. If he wanted to take off the mystic gold silk armor, he would have to remove his green robes. However, that wasn't convenient with Leng Ro around. Little Crane believed none of that. Pouting its lips, it raised its head and lamented internally, "How much can a mere Qi refinement warrior weigh?" "Caw, caw." Little Crane chirped and urged Su Zimo to hurry up. Coughing gently, Su Zimo reminded, "Be careful." With that said, Su Zimo leaped onto Little Crane's back. Thump. Instantly, Little Crane fell to the ground head first, eating a mouthful of dust. Instantly, it was enraged and nearly cursed out in human tongue. How was that a little heavy? That was damn bloody heavy. In truth, due to Little Crane's unique bloodline and its cultivation, it could carry objects of that weight without any issues. However, it was caught totally off guard and naturally fell when something that heavy leaped onto it all of a sudden. Embarrassed, Su Zimo said, "Why don't I come down?" "Caw, caw." Little Crane was upset. That was obviously questioning its ability. Channeling its blood, Little Crane flapped and slowly flew up. Under Lu Yangrong and Guan Jin's envious stares, it flew out of the sect. Little Fatty summoned his flying sword and declared while waving, "Let's go." Before long, Little Crane adapted to the weight on its body. Even though it wasn't fast, it was still far ahead of the other 4. The 7 of them headed towards Linfeng City. The distance between Ethereal Peak and Linfeng City was not too far apart. It would take approximately a day to arrive given the speed of early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. Along the way, the group of them came across other cultivators as well. When the outsiders caught sight of their sect badge, all of them gave way respectfully. Be it itinerant cultivators or minor sects, all of them have heard of Ethereal Peak. To them, Ethereal Peak was a massive entity that no one wanted to offend. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Nearing dusk, an ancient city gradually appeared in front of them. That was their destination, Linfeng City. Little Crane slowed down gradually. Looking at the ancient city in the distance, Su Zimo narrowed his gaze as though in deep thoughts. Leng Ro and the others caught up from behind. Lu Yangrong walked over to Little Crane and took out an elixir from his storage bag. Smiling, he asked, "Little Crane, my friend. You must be tired, right? How about taking an elixir to replenish your energy?" Little Crane turned slightly and instantly, its eyes lit up. Reaching out, it picked up the elixir in Lu Yangrong's palm and raised its head, swallowing it in one go. When Lu Yangrong saw Little Crane consuming the elixir, he was elated. He had been extremely envious of the fact that Little Crane was willing to carry Su Zimo on its back. Being carried by a spirit demon was much more flamboyant compared to sword kinesis flight, also, it was less tiring. Lu Yangrong coughed gently and asked, "Little Crane, my friend. How about giving me a ride so I can rest too?" Little Crane spun its head away and ignored him completely. "You, stupid." Lu Yangrong swallowed back his words. Even if Su Zimo dared to call Little Crane stupid bird, he did not have the guts. Watching Lu Yangrong make a fool of himself from the sidelines, Guan Jin scoffed coldly. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly said, "Everyone, watch out. Something isn't right about Linfeng City." "What's wrong?" Humiliated by Little Crane, Lu Yangrong was fuming. The moment he heard Su Zimo, he retorted, "Don't give instructions if you don't know anything. You're just a level 9 Qi refinement warrior." Exactly. At this moment, Guan Jin was on the same side as Lu Yangrong. He had no intention of letting Su Zimo off as he continued, "What's wrong with Linfeng City? Everything feels normal to me. Even though it's already evening time, there's no lights in the city." "It's strange," Su Zimo shook his head. Leng Ro furrowed her brows, clearly realizing this. Lu Yangrong snorted lightly, "It's not actually night yet. What kind of lights do you want?" In a short while, all 5 of them arrived at the skies above Linfeng City and descended slowly. This time, even Lu Yangrong and Guan Jin noticed something odd about the city. It was too quiet. The ancient city streets were empty without a single person. Even at dusk, it shouldn't be this quiet. It was as if the entire city was empty and everyone had disappeared, leaving it in dead silence. The 5 of them landed in Linfeng City and looked around. Shops on either side of the streets were tightly shut, as though they hadn't been open yet. The atmosphere in the ancient city was strange and even sinister. Su Zimo's nostrils flared but he could not smell any blood. "What's going on?" Little Fatty asked with a stern expression. In theory, the city lord of Linfeng City should have prepared long ago to send someone to welcome them. Yet, there wasn't a single person to be seen in Linfeng City right now. Lu Yangrong shook his head. He gripped his flying sword tightly with a tense expression. The spirit tiger's ears flapped as it looked around, its claws digging the ground constantly with unease. Little Crane behaved the same way and flapped its wings. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yangrong made a decision and said in a low voice, "Let's go. We'll check out the city lord's residence first." His cultivation was the highest among them. Even though no one said anything, it was a silent agreement to accept him as the leader. This time round, none of them used sword kinesis flight. Apart from Su Zimo, everyone had expended a lot of spirit chi to get here. That was why they chose to walk now. Walking along the quiet streets, all 5 of them looked around and listened to everything, taking note of any activity. All of a sudden noise sounded out behind them. Instantly, Lu Yangrong felt the hair on his neck stand on end. He spun around furiously and looked back. Not far away, a gigantic triangular flag with the word "wine" flapped in the wind, letting out sounds. It was a false alarm. Lu Yangrong and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Yet another strange gust of cold wind blew by and suddenly, Lu Yangrong realized, he had broken out into cold sweat before he knew it. "This is freaking weird." He cursed and continued walking. Chapter 142, Discovery. Chapter 142, Discovery. They hadn't walked far when Lu Yangrong stopped in his tracks. There were 2 people lying on the street not far ahead. Motionless, their faces could not be seen. One of them was holding a gong in his hand while the other had a tool. From the looks of it, they were probably the night watchmen of Linfeng City. However, why would they be here since night had yet to truly arrive? why were they sprawled on the ground as well? Hey, night watchman. Are you guys dead or alive? Lu Yangrong grabbed his flying sword. He did not rush forward and merely asked on the spot. Guan Jin scoffed coldly at the side, what could be up with an ancient city full of mortals to deserve such caution from us? Even though he said that, Guan Jin clasped a protective talisman in his hand. Heading forth, he flipped one of them over. Ah! Guan Jin exclaimed and stumbled a couple of steps back. Su Zimo and others at the back could clearly tell that the person was dead. All of them had seen dead people before. Yet, this was the first time they had seen such a horrifying death. The night watchman's face was shriveled and his skin stuck to the bones. It was as though his flesh and blood were drained, leaving only gray eyeballs that watched ahead confusedly. Even when he died, that person most likely did not know the reason why. Guan Jin heaved a deep breath of air before flipping the other person over. It was an almost identical death. It felt as though the both of them were on their way to start on the night watch when they met with bad luck and were killed on the spot without any chance of reacting at all. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he walked to a house at the side and kicked the door open before looking around inside. The people inside were already dead. Regardless of gender or age, most of them died in slumber in an almost identical manner as the two outside. By the time Su Zimo returned to the street, Leng Ro and the others came forth from the other houses with a grim expression. Their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Everyone's dead. Little Fatty gulped. Even though the 5 of them were cultivators and there were even 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, none of them had come across anything as such. Furthermore, if they hadn't guessed wrongly, everyone in the ancient city should have most likely met with the same fates. A general picture formed in Su Zimo's mind. In the previous night, Linfeng City was peaceful and serene as ever with most people in the ancient city asleep. As the night watchmen patrolled, bad luck descended upon them. No one was spared from it. Most people must have died in their sleep. There were at least 100,000 people residing in the city. Overnight, all of them perished. Lu Yangrong remarked grimly, it must be done by a fiend cultivator. Yes, fiend cultivators are ruthless and unscrupulous. It's clear that their deaths were not committed by anyone on the orthodox path. Guan Jin nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, the disciple who discovered the spirit mine near here. What did he mention in his message? Little Fatty replied, nothing much. He merely mentioned discovering a spirit mine at the northern outskirts of Linfeng City. Mining had already begun and he could be done in about 2 days. That junior brother mentioned discovering some cultivators near to the spirit mine and he was worried that they might covet it, that's why he requested for the sect to send some Foundation establishment cultivators as reinforcements. After he replied, Little Fatty suddenly realized and asked with widened eyes, Bro, are you going to say that the murderer of this ancient city's tragedy is after our sect's spirit mine? It's very likely. Su Zimo nodded. Something as such happened right after a spirit mine was discovered in nearby Linfeng City. It's too coincidental. What should we do then? Should we still head to the spirit mine? Little Fatty asked. Su Zimo replied grimly, relay a message to the sect first telling them that a situation had arisen. You guys have expended quite a bit of spirit chi traveling here. We should recuperate before checking out the spirit mine. Junior brother Su, you're too weak. If you're afraid, you don't have to follow us. Before Su Zimo could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Yangrong's cold scoff. Guan Jin eyed Su Zimo in disdain and continued indifferently, Junior brother Su, since you're so worried, why don't you hurry back? I've already advised you not to follow us, Fufu. Su Zimo frowned. Leng Ro suddenly said, I agree with Junior brother Su's suggestion. As she said that, she retrieved a paper crane from her storage bag and wrote a few lines of words using spirit chi. Releasing the paper crane, it flew to the skies and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he saw that, Lu Yangrong comforted her, "Junior sister Leng, don't worry. There won't be any cultivator within the great Zhou dynasty stupid enough to covet Ethereal Peak's spirit mine." "That's right." Guan Jin analyzed calmly, "It's just an inferior-grade spirit mine containing mostly inferior-grade spirit stones that Foundation establishment cultivators won't be interested in. Even if anyone wanted the spirit mine, they would merely be chi refinement warriors. There's nothing to be afraid of." The spirit chi contained by inferior-grade spirit stones was not efficient in helping Foundation establishment cultivators. If Foundation establishment cultivators wanted to raise their cultivation realms, they would require middle-grade spirit stones. At Golden Core Realm, they would require superior-grade or even supreme-grade spirit stones. Although what the both of them said was logical, Su Zimo felt that things were not as simple. "Let's head to the spirit mine straight and check things out. Everything will be clear by then." Lu Yangrong waved and summoned his flying sword, leading the way. Guan Jin followed closely behind. Carrying Su Zimo and the spirit tiger, Little Crane chased after them. Before long, all 5 of them arrived at the spirit mine. When they approached the pitch-dark entrance of the spirit mine, Lu Yangrong paused in his track and turned around. "I'll take the front with junior brother Guan. Because junior brother Su is the weakest, he'll stand in the middle. Junior sister Leng and little Fatty will take the back." No one had any objections to that arrangement. The entrance was narrow, so Little Crane and the spirit tiger could not enter, they could only stand guard outside. Su Zimo could tell that even though Lu Yangrong seemed indifferent previously, he had now become more cautious. Summoning his flying sword, Lu Yangrong held it in front of his chest. With 2 shining spirit patterns, it was a middle-grade flying sword. The 5 of them ventured deep into the spirit mine. They did not walk far when a strange sound echoed from ahead. It was as though a large group of things were flying over and they could only see it vaguely through red flashes. Taking a closer look, Lu Yangrong realized that it was a group of black crows with a strange red glow in their eyes. "Kneel down and let them pass." Lu Yangrong bent down and everyone else followed suit. The crows with bloodshot eyes sped above their heads without stopping. Heaving a sigh of relief, Lu Yangrong shrugged his shoulders. Pretending to be relaxed, he turned back and smiled. Puny beasts are common in places like this spirit mine. By ignoring them, we're even conserving spirit chi. Suddenly, Su Zimo's senses were alarmed as he hollered, "Watch out!" Swash! A sword beam flashed at an extremely fast speed and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Right now, everyone was at their most relaxed after those crows with bloodshot eyes had just passed. By the time Lu Yangrong heard Su Zimo's warning, it was too late. Chapter 143, Middle Grade Spirit Mine. Chapter 143, Middle Grade Spirit Mine. Poof! With a crisp sound, a bloody flash appeared. Lu Yangrong had just turned around when his head was pierced by a flying sword and he died on the spot. The flying sword continued its momentum and continued to stab at the people behind. Su Zimo was the first to be targeted. Su Zimo's spirit perception had long alerted him to it as he instantly drew his cold moon saber and slashed against the incoming flying sword, knocking it away. The speed of that attack was way too fast to be from a chi refinement warrior. If Su Zimo wanted to defend using flying swords, he would have to use his sword formation. However, it would take too long to set up and he wouldn't be able to deal with the situation on hand. Lu Yangrong's blood splattered all over Su Zimo and Guan Jin. Apart from Su Zimo, the rest were stunned and their eyes were filled with shock. Even with Leng Rou's personality, she still looked somewhat flustered at the moment. None of them could imagine how someone who had just been laughing and talking to them a moment ago had turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye. Swash! Swash! 2 more flashes of light appeared, targeting Su Zimo and Guan Jin. Standing where he was in a dazed manner, Guan Jin did not manage to shatter the protective talisman in his hands right away. Su Zimo extended his palm and yanked Guan Jin back, hollering, "Hurry, retreat." Clang! Clang! Flipping his hands, Su Zimo slashed twice and the two incoming flying swords fell to the ground. The two swords carried quite a bit of power in them. Their attacker was early-stage Foundation establishment at least. The change in circumstances had rendered Lu Yangrong and Guan Jin's earlier predictions invalid. Within the spirit mine, there were at least 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Furthermore, all 3 of them did not care if they were going against Ethereal Peak. Every single attack of theirs was lethal, showing no mercy at all. Finally, Guan Jin and the others snapped out of their stupor. Shattering his protection talisman, a light barrier appeared around Guan Jin's surroundings. Leng Ro and Little Fatty then sped towards the exit. Clothes could be heard fluttering from the depths of the mine, and by the sound of it, there were quite a number of people. When the people inside saw that their flying swords could not kill Su Zimo and the rest, they gave chase outside. As Su Zimo retreated, he drew out a blood-colored bow. Before the 5 peaks face-off, Su Zimo had already refined the Cold Moon Saber and Sanguine Crystal Bow into inferior-grade spirit weapons. In the blink of an eye, 3 arrows were loaded. Swoosh! 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 The sound of arrows piercing through the air echoed as 3 flashes of light tore through the darkness of the mine. Ah! Ah! 2 shrieks could be heard while the 3rd arrow was blocked. "Be careful, everyone!" someone yelled from the depths of the mine. Within that narrow mine, there was not much space for cultivators to dodge, and as such, Su Zimo's arrows dealt quite a bit of damage. Running with all their might, Su Zimo and the rest got out before long. Outside, all of them were rattled. The blood-eyed crows that flew by them earlier on were now surrounding and pecking at Little Crane and the spirit tiger. Because it was a spirit demon after all, Little Crane could defend itself against the attacks of the blood-eyed crows. However, the spirit tiger sustained a lot of injuries because it could not fly. Howling on the spot, it was trying to defend itself desperately. Frost wind. When Leng Ro saw that, she conjured hand seals and hollered, pointing towards the skies. A cold gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and swept through the blood-eyed crows. Instantly, a number of them were frozen and fell to the ground, shattering to their deaths. That was the power of spirit arts. Thanks to Leng Ro's assistance, Little Crane broke out of the encirclement and panted slightly, looking somewhat fearful. Residing in the sect most of the time, it had never seen such a bloody scene. "Ride on Little Crane and leave this place for now," Su Zimo ordered swiftly. "Ha ha ha." Right then, a haughty laughter came from deep within the cave. A group of people came forth. The leader, who was donned in gray robes, declared, "None of you will leave today. Stay here." Late-stage Foundation establishment. Little Fatty's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. The gray-robed cultivator who spoke was at late-stage Foundation establishment. Among them, Lu Yangrong, who was at mid-stage Foundation establishment, had already died within the spirit mine. Not only that, a steady stream of cultivators continued out of the mine. At a glance, there were more than 30 people. However, what was terrifying was that all 30-odd of them were Foundation establishment cultivators. Other than the gray-robed late-stage Foundation establishment, there were 9 others at mid-stage and the rest were all at early stage. There wasn't a single Chi refinement warrior. "It's over." Guan Jin looked at the 30-odd Foundation establishment cultivators that surrounded them, and despair gushed into his heart, draining all color from his face. Little Fatty wielded his gigantic axe in one hand and a flying sword in the other, looking nervous. Leng Ro's sword hovered in front of her. Even though she looked cold as usual, her palms were covered in sweat. Of the 4 people present, Su Zimo was the only composed one as he surveyed his surroundings. "We're cultivators of Ethereal Peak. Who are you guys?" Guan Jin took a deep breath before questioning sternly. "Fufu." The gray-robed leader chuckled softly. His eyes were filled with mockery as he raised his brows. "Ethereal Peak? Big fuck. Yesterday, I just slaughtered an Ethereal Peak disciple who doesn't know what's good for him." Indeed, the messenger disciple had already perished. Back when Lu Yangrong died in the mine, Su Zimo had already sensed that today's events would not be easy to resolve. Still bearing a sliver of hope, Guan Jin tried to first show weakness. "Fellow Taoist, what you want is the spirit mine before us. Alright, Ethereal Peak will give up on it then. There's no need for you guys to kill us. Furthermore, isn't it just an inferior grade spirit mine? It's useless for us anyways." Fufu, Guan Jin forced a laugh. "Inferior grade spirit mine?" The gray-robed cultivator scoffed coldly. "Let me correct you. This is a middle-grade spirit mine." Instantly, Guan Jin's expression changed. He finally understood why there were so many Foundation Establishment cultivators. If it was a middle-grade spirit mine, it would definitely be attractive to Foundation Establishment cultivators. If they knew beforehand that this was a middle-grade spirit mine, Ethereal Peak would have sent out the strongest of inner sect disciples or even have legacy disciples lead the team. Su Zimo remained silent and watched coldly. Carefully, he noticed that the 30-odd Foundation Establishment cultivators before him were all dressed differently and did not have any identification badges. They were clearly all itinerant cultivators. What was it that gathered all these itinerant cultivators here to snatch this spirit mine? This gray-robed cultivator before them was not enough of a reason for this. Even though a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator is strong, he's not compelling enough a reason for others to join him at the risk of offending Ethereal Peak. Guan Jin forced himself to be calm and said grimly, "Fellow Taoists, to be honest, we've already relayed a message back to the sect. Before long, reinforcements will come. Fufu, by then, you'll all be dead." Before Guan Jin could complete his sentence, the gray-robed cultivator interrupted him. Scoffing coldly, he continued, "Besides, we would have left long ago by the time your reinforcements arrive." Ha ha ha. The surrounding Foundation Establishment cultivators roared with laughter. Watching Guan Jin's expression carefully, a strange glint appeared in the gray-robed cultivator's eyes as he smiled. "Fellow Taoist, haven't you noticed anything wrong in your body?" Chapter 144, We Can Only Kill Them All. Chapter 144, We Can Only Kill Them All. When he heard that, Guan Jin's expression changed starkly as his body began to shudder. Su Zimo glanced sideways and saw that Guan Jin's face was drying at a visible speed. Wrinkles started appearing as if all his blood would be forcibly drawn away by an invisible force at the next moment. "Ah!" Guan Jin roared and tried his best to release spirit energy, but to no avail. He turned and looked toward Su Zimo and the others as panic filled his eyes. His pupils had turned gray and dull. It was an identical situation to those mortals who had died in Linfeng City. Ku. Stretching his arm, Guan Jin seemed as though he wanted to say something, but a strange sound came from the depths of his throat. Little Fatty was so scared that he jumped back instinctively. No one had attacked Guan Jin, but in the blink of an eye, he had become like this. It didn't seem like he was going to survive. It was way too creepy. Chills ran down Little Fatty's spine as he panted heavily to calm himself down. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He looked carefully and noticed that there were faint green spots on the skin of Guan Jin's palm that exuded an evil aura. Back in Linfeng City, that hand of Guan Jin had come into contact with the dead night watchman. If that was all it took for a Foundation Establishment cultivator to die, it was quite a terrifying method. They might be the next ones if they were careless. The surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators looked at everything unfold calmly, as though this was an expected outcome. Even though Leng Ro was always cold, she could not help but feel bad looking at Guan Jin's helpless gaze. Retrieving a couple of elixirs from her storage bag, she wanted to feed them to Guan Jin. She did not know what had happened to Guan Jin. However, they were fellow disciples after all, and she couldn't just leave him in the lurch. Just as Leng Ro was about to step forward, someone grabbed her arm and yanked her back. "Don't go." Su Zimo's voice rang in her ears. With a thud, Guan Jin fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Leng Ro froze on the spot. A ghastly green ball of light floated out of Guan Jin's body and flew into the depths of the spirit mine. A cold glint flashed across Su Zimo's eyes as he lamented internally, there should be someone else in the depths of the spirit mine. That person is the true murderer behind Linfeng City's tragedy. He. The gray-robed cultivator said with a strange smile, "Oh, you have quite the tender heart for women. Beauty, if this punk hadn't pulled you back, you would have been dead by now." Leng Ro's heart jolted. Even though her cultivation was higher than Su Zimo, she had not been through any life and death situations. As such, she could not but lose her cool looking at the tragic death of her two senior brothers. Upon realizing this, Leng Ro looked at Su Zimo gratefully. Stroking his chin, the gray-robed cultivator said with a perverted look, "But, that's good too. It'd be such a pity for a beauty like you to die here. Hey, I happen to be in need of a maidservant to warm my bed. You look pretty suitable for it." Ha ha ha. The surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators burst out in laughter. Swish. Right then, a gust of wind came from the entrance of the spirit mine as another batch of blood-eyed crows swarmed out like flying locusts. In the blink of an eye, they covered half the skies above everyone's heads. Little Fatty felt his scalp tingle as he gulped and asked softly, "Bro, what should we do?" Leng Ro looked toward Su Zimo. At this moment, the both of them had already subconsciously took Su Zimo as their pillar of support. They had even forgotten that their cultivations were higher than his. "There's no other way." Su Zimo shook his head and remarked indifferently, "We can only kill them all." Leng Ro and Little Fatty's eyes dimmed. Leng Ro sighed in her heart, they are all Foundation establishment cultivators. Apart from the 9 mid-stages, there's even a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Zimo is only a chi refinement warrior. What can he do? Be it Leng Ro or Little Fatty, both thought that Su Zimo had only said that casually because he knew he was about to die. Biting her lips gently, Leng Ro said in a low voice, "In a while, I'll use my talismans to try and block as many people as possible. Find a chance to get out by riding on Little Crane." Little Crane looked up at the blood-eyed crows that filled the skies. Chirping, it flapped its wings, ready to strike at any moment. Even though the blood-eyed crows weren't strong, they had the advantage in numbers. If they were to swarm Little Crane, it wouldn't be able to unleash its full strength. On the ground, the spirit tiger was of no help at all. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly drew his sanguine crystal bow from the storage bag and loaded arrows. His entire action was fluid like water, as though he had rehearsed for it countless times. Swoosh! 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 3 arrows were shot towards the crowd and appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Initially, the 30-odd Foundation establishment cultivators wanted to make fun of them. Most of their attention was on the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators in the group, Leng Ro and Little Fatty. None of them expected that the Chi Refinement Warrior was the first to strike. It was completely unintentional. 3 precise arrows tore through the throats of 3 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, causing blood to spurt out. The 3 of them were confused. Even in their final moments, they could not believe that they had just died under the bow of a Chi Refinement Warrior. "It's him!" someone from the crowd exclaimed. Back in the spirit mine, Su Zimo killed 2 people using his bow and arrows. As such, the Foundation establishment cultivators recognized him instantly. Swash! 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 30-odd Foundation establishment cultivators summoned their flying swords at the same time, shining sinisterly with their spirit lights. Su Zimo shouted softly, "Don't just stand there, strike." Leng Ro and Little Fatty summoned their flying swords and talismans hurriedly, firing them towards the crowd. The light of the talismans burst forth as all sorts of spirit arts collided in reverberating booms. Caw, caw. Little Crane chirped and soared to the skies, charging to fight at the blood-eyed crows. Little Fatty howled as he charged at an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with his gigantic axe. He wanted to make use of his melee combat strength and kill the latter on the spot. However, he was faced with too many opponents as flying swords blocked his path continuously. With no way to advance, Little Fatty found himself encircled in the blink of an eye and was forced to defend. The gray-robed cultivator did not move, merely watching coldly from the sidelines with hands behind his back. This battle was in the bag for sure, there was no need for him to make a move. On the other side, Su Zimo had already kept his sanguine crystal bow. Even though arrows were sharp, it was difficult to continuously hit targets when the Foundation establishment cultivators were ready for it. 6 flying swords hovered in front of his chest and sped through the voids, leaving sword scars in the air. Buzz! A gigantic hexagonal formation pattern shone with a bedazzling, bright light. In a swift move, Su Zimo had already set up the hexagonal sword formation. Making use of the tripartite sword formation was of no use given the current circumstances. Sword formation. The gray-robed cultivator's expression changed. A look of surprise flashed past his eyes as he murmured, "That Chi Refinement Warrior's a sword formation master?" An early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator had been targeting Su Zimo from the start. Secretly, he summoned his flying sword and sent it flying to the back of Su Zimo's head. Just as the flying sword was about to strike Su Zimo's head, the latter suddenly dodged from the spot in a swift and agile manner. The person's expression chased. Right as he was about to change the course of his flying sword to continue chasing after Su Zimo, a gigantic hexagonal star sword formation descended, crashing upon him. Poof! A sanguine light flashed. The person was split into 2 by the hexagonal sword formation. Chapter 145, The Power of Lightning Arts. Chapter 145, The Power of Lightning Arts. That Foundation establishment cultivator had all sorts of tricks up his sleeves. Before he was able to use any of them, he was slashed down by Su Zimo's sword formation. Hum. 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 Sending forth waves of sword chi, the hexagonal sword formation rebounded multiple flying swords and broke Little Fatty out of his predicament. In just a short while, there was already a wound on Little Fatty's body. "It's fine, my skin is thick. Bro, don't worry about me," Little Fatty yelled as he charged forth without even turning back. Leng Ro had indeed displayed the strength as a disciple of a major sect as well. Even though she did not cultivate any secret skills of the sect, she was able to defend against the encirclement of 9 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators using just her talismans. But of course, it was clear that the 9 of them had not exerted their full strength too. They were merely playing a cat-and-mouse game, taunting Leng Ro with lewd remarks while attacking. Unmoved in the slightest bit, Leng Ro was not in any danger for now. On the other side, a dozen or more Foundation establishment cultivators had shifted their attention towards Su Zimo. They surrounded him with all their might as flying swords tore through the voids while spirit arts exploded everywhere. No matter how strong the hexagonal sword formation was, it was unable to withstand the power of so many Foundation establishment cultivators. In the blink of an eye, it was on the verge of collapse. Ha! One of the Foundation establishment cultivators burst out in laughter. I want to see how long a mere chi refinement warrior like you can last. Roar. Before he could stop laughing, a black shadow appeared beside him. It bit on that man's throat as blood gushed out. The spirit tiger had been waiting for an opportunity to attack, and as such, an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator's life was ended. Even though it was only a spirit beast, if it closed in on Foundation establishment cultivators, they wouldn't stand much of a chance. That was also the reason why Dayu had once told Su Zimo that demon cultivators are the best at killing opponents through level gaps. Beast, how dare you behave so insolently? A few of the Foundation establishment cultivators cursed angrily. Invoking spirit arts, the spirit chi in the surroundings surged violently towards the spirit tiger. With the spirit tiger's current strength, it was unable to defend against the power of spirit arts at all. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and dodged a few incoming flying swords. Shifting the hexagonal sword formation, he blocked it in front of the spirit tiger and defended against a few types of spirit arts. Bam! There was a deafening sound. The spirit arts dispersed and Su Zimo's hexagonal sword formation could no longer hold out as well. Struggling to form a proper pattern, all 6 swords fell to the ground and dimmed. Quick-witted, the spirit tiger seized the opportunity to hide behind Su Zimo instantly and glared fiercely at the dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators on the other end. Kid, the spirit chi within you should be almost depleted by now, right? An early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator scoffed coldly. Even though the battle between both parties had been short, Su Zimo had blocked too many flying swords. He had expended a lot of spirit chi and was indeed running short. Let's see how you can continue to be arrogant. Die. One of the Foundation establishment cultivators conjured hand seals and gestured towards Su Zimo. Instantly, a fireball the size of a fist shot out. Even while it was traveling, the air was already crackling from the heat. Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he suddenly reached out and grabbed the fireball. You must be courting death. When the Foundation establishment cultivator saw Su Zimo receiving the spirit art with his bare hands, he could not help but scoff internally. Channeling his blood, a flash of dense lightning appeared in Su Zimo's palm. What is that? Power of thunder. Many of the Foundation establishment cultivators cried out in alarm as their pupils constricted. Piak. The fireball was crushed by Su Zimo's palm as the spirit chi within it dissipated into emptiness. Upon seeing that, the cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Even the gray-robed cultivator frowned in disbelief as he muttered confusedly, "Thunder art? Is he not actually a chi refinement warrior, but a Foundation establishment cultivator?" Activating the spirit peering art, he scanned Su Zimo once more. No, it shows him to be at level 9 chi condensation. Could he have cultivated some sort of technique to conceal his cultivation realm? No, that's not right either. The gray-robed cultivator shook his head. How is there no fluctuation in spirit chi when he released that thunder art? He would have never imagined that the source of power for Su Zimo's thunder art came from the latter's blood. Even though Su Zimo's spirit chi was indeed almost withered, the power of lightning in his blood was still present. Caw, caw. At the moment, Little Crane who was up in the skies was met with danger. Its body was already severely wounded by the blood-eyed crows as it shrieked anxiously. Even though Senior Crane did not mention it explicitly, Su Zimo knew that the reason why Little Crane could join him was due to Senior Crane's trust in him. Now that Little Crane was in danger, Su Zimo unleashed his power of blood without second thoughts. Instantly, his body echoed out with reverberating sounds of waves gushing. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Su Zimo's figure suddenly expanded. His body swelled and burst through his green clothes, filled with crackling electricity from head to toe. It was as though Su Zimo was possessed by a god of thunder as murderous intent condensed in his eyes terrifyingly. What? Suddenly, the gray-robed cultivator's expression changed, he finally realized that something was amiss. Pointing a finger into the skies, Su Zimo's eyes exuded a wrathful killing intent as he hollered, "Instant thunder!" Snap! A stark thunderbolt boomed out. An extremely intense bolt of thunder struck the group of blood-eyed crow, extending like a python exuding a bedazzling shine. The blood-eyed crows were instantly electrocuted to death and fell from the skies like a shower of black rain. Many of the Foundation establishment cultivators present were shocked by that deafening sound of thunder. Even the 9 Foundation establishment cultivators that were surrounding Leng Ro stopped instinctively. That gave Leng Ro an opportunity to take a breather. Covered in sweat, her spirit chi was almost depleted as well. Little Fatty seized the chance to kill an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator before him. Swinging his gigantic axe, he cleaved the man into 2 as blood splattered all over him. The power of Thunder Arts was so great that it nearly wiped out all the blood-eyed crows in the skies. Little Crane's spirit was invigorated instantly, the remaining blood-eyed crows were of no threat to it. At the moment, Su Zimo whisked out a saber from his storage bag that shimmered with a cold glint. His eyes flashed icily as he strode forth, smiling to the Foundation establishment cultivators. The fight has only just begun. That single step of his closed a gap of 20 feet and he appeared before the many Foundation establishment cultivators in the blink of an eye. Poof! Poof! Su Zimo slashed out in reverse. The 2 of them only felt a blur before their eyes. Before they could even react, both heads were lopped into the skies with blood spraying everywhere. Ah! The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators were frightened to death as they exclaimed and stumbled back instinctively. "Do you think you can run?" Su Zimo chased after them with his saber like a tiger making its way through a flock of sheep. Cleaving left and right, flashes of blood shone out continuously. Both Leng Ro and Little Fatty were dumbfounded. Against Su Zimo, early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were like fish on a chopping board, they could not retaliate at all. It didn't matter whether they summoned flying swords, talismans, or even conjured spirit arts, they were all killed by a single flash of Su Zimo. At lesser mastery of the marrow cleansing section, Su Zimo's power was enough to slay early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, and that was even before he infused the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra into his marrow within Thunderclap Valley. This was a complete crushing through sheer brute strength without requiring any technique. Even the spirit arts of early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators was not enough to deal with Su Zimo after unleashing his power of blood. Chapter 146, Predicament. Chapter 146, Predicament. At the sight of Su Zimo's unstoppable onslaught, the gray-robed cultivator could no longer sit and wait. With a holler, he burst forth with the might of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and summoned a middle-grade flying sword, shooting it toward Su Zimo's back. The 2 spirit patterns on the sword shone with a mysterious glow, emitting a ghastly aura. It was an extremely swift attack. If it were Leng Ro or Little Fatty, they wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. On the other hand, Su Zimo did not even have to turn back despite having just cleaved someone else apart. Standing on the spot, he made a small sidestep and dodged that fatal attack. It was as though he had eyes at the back of his head. The expression of the gray-robed cultivator was unchanged when he saw that, unsurprised in the slightest bit. He could already tell that Su Zimo was a body-tempered cultivator and was very agile. It was not realistic for him to capture this person within a few moves. "Everyone, back down. Try to keep your distance as much as possible." The gray-robed cultivator yelled as he manipulated his flying sword to chase after Su Zimo. "If not, ride on your flying swords in the air. Just try your best to not let this person get close to you." Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. Striding forward, he exerted strength in his legs and burst forth with divine steed fleeting, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. Mystify. Suddenly, Su Zimo reached out and a ball of lightning appeared in his palms, erupting before everyone's eyes in a blinding manner as thunder rumbled and deafened everyone. Instant Thunder and Mystify were thunder arts of the Void Thunder Manual. Instant Thunder was a killing technique. It was powerful and had a large area of effect. As for Mystify, it was a supplementary spirit art that had almost no lethality. By making use of the power of Thunder's explosiveness, its aim was to confuse the five senses of the opponents and to mainly block their vision and hearing. The many Foundation establishment cultivators felt their visions blur as their ears rang incessantly with echoes. The next moment, Su Zimo was already before them. In terms of melee combat, no one was a match for Su Zimo as blood splattered endlessly. In the blink of an eye, countless of the Foundation establishment cultivators on the other end were dead on the spot. By now, all the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were dead. Right then, Leng Ro, who was in midair, shrieked as the protection talisman around her exploded. Immediately after, she was slammed heavily on the abdomen by a palm of spirit energy. Sent flying, she spat out a mouthful of blood and looked even paler. Little Fatty's shoulder was also pierced by a flying sword as he fell to the ground and broke out in cold sweat. The gray-robed cultivator was the one who had struck personally. Even though he did not take their lives, it was clear that Leng Ro and Little Fatty were no longer able to fight anymore. He was intelligent and quick to notice that the strength of early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators was no longer able to deal with Su Zimo. As such, he chose to get rid of Little Fatty and Leng Ro first. With that, the gray-robed cultivator could then reset the situation and group up with the 9 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators to fight Su Zimo together. Standing in front of Little Fatty and Leng Ro, Su Zimo held his saber before his chest and his eyes shone with a sharp killing intent. He was not fearful in the slightest bit against the 10 Foundation establishment cultivators on the other end. As she looked at Su Zimo's back view, Leng Ro was filled with mixed emotions. This mission was undertaken by her, Little Fatty, Lu Yangrong and Guan Jin. Su Zimo did not have the rights to join. But, if Su Zimo wasn't here, she would have already been dead along with Little Fatty. The same emotions were going through Little Fatty's mind. His initial plan was to invite Su Zimo out to relax his mind, but he did not expect that they would have encountered such an incident. Both senior brothers had died tragically and now, he and Leng Ro were severely injured and could not offer any help. Everyone, make use of your various flying sword and talisman methods to take down this person. Find an opening to invoke your spirit arts and injure him severely. The gray-robed cultivator was extremely decisive as he swiftly delegated the remaining 9 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators in various directions to separate out. Swash! 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 Flying swords tore through the air alongside many talismans. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo gripped the cold moon saber tightly and with a long howl, he swung his arms and blocked left and right. For the flying swords, talismans and even spirit arts used by mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, Su Zimo could deal with them head-on using his power of blood without losing out. However, the gray-robed cultivator was at late-stage Foundation establishment. Su Zimo's marrow cleansing section was only at a lesser mastery. Even with the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra, he was no match against that guy. If it was just a one-on-one fight, he could make use of various techniques to close the distance between them so that he could take the gray-robed cultivator down with his saber. But now, the gray-robed cultivator had 9 other helpers and together, the 10 of them restrained Su Zimo on the spot. It was not that Su Zimo was unable to break through the encirclement. However, if he did, Leng Ro and Little Fatty behind him would be killed on the spot. Against Foundation establishment cultivators, the Spirit Tiger was no longer of much help. Clang! 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 The sounds of the cold moon saber and flying swords clashing echoed out repeatedly as sparks flew. If one had not seen it personally, it would be hard to imagine that the 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators were actually surrounding to fight a single level 9 Chi refinement warrior. Everyone, hold steady. That punk must have cultivated some sort of secret body tempering technique to turn his body so powerful. Once we kill him, that secret technique will be ours. The gray-robed cultivator rallied once more. Invigorated, the remaining 9 mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators were even more motivated in their attacks. Leng Ro and Little Fatty sat on the spot and could only see and hear the endless flashes of swords clashing and sparks flying. However, they had not sustained any more injuries. Su Zimo had blocked everything for them. During this period, Su Zimo had no choice but to fight head-on with the gray-robed cultivator. He suffered slightly and his teeth were sore while his blood was shaken. Little Fatty could tell that Su Zimo was in a predicament. He could not help but yell, "Bro, don't bother about us. Leave first." Leng Ro pursed her red lips without saying anything at all. She could naturally tell that if not for her and Little Fatty, even the 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators on the other end may not be a match for Su Zimo. Ha ha ha. The gray-robed cultivator could not help but laugh when he saw that the outcome was almost decided. Punk, let's see how long more you can last. The situation was clear, Su Zimo could only react. If he was careless, not only would he fail to protect Leng Ro and Little Fatty, he would get injured as well. As time passed, Su Zimo's physical strength gradually declined and it was only a matter of time before he lost. In reality, Su Zimo was extremely calm at the moment. He was constantly watching the fight between Little Crane and the blood-eyed crows up above. Thanks to the power of instant thunder, there were not many blood-eyed crows left. The remaining few were also being hunted down by Little Crane, barely able to pose any threat. Su Zimo needed Little Crane's help. Given the current circumstances, only Little Crane's strength was of help. Right as the gray-robed cultivator laughed, Little Crane finished off the last few blood-eyed crows and looked down, meeting with Su Zimo's clear eyes. Su Zimo nodded and Little Crane understood. When he channeled his blood earlier on, the green robe on Su Zimo's body was already torn apart, revealing a thin golden silk armor. Suddenly, Su Zimo took off the golden silk armor and tossed it on the ground. Chapter 147, Into the Spirit Mine Once More. Chapter 147, Into the Spirit Mine Once More. Everyone had seen the golden silk armor on Su Zimo's body but none of them thought much about it. Without any spirit patterns, it was merely a pseudo-spirit weapon. Now, the gray-robed cultivator found himself stunned momentarily when Su Zimo tossed the golden silk armor on the ground. He could not understand why Su Zimo would do that. But, at the next moment, the gray-robed cultivator's pupils constricted in horror. After removing the golden silk armor, Su Zimo was like a completely different person. With a front dash, he slashed with the cold moon saber and blocked all the incoming flying swords before charging towards the gray-robed cultivator. It was too fast. In fact, he was at least twice as fast as before. A black shadow flashed past like a ghost. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had arrived before the gray-robed cultivator. With a torrential killing intent, he slapped the head of the latter. Piak! The gray-robed cultivator's head ruptured as he fell back. Even till his death, he did not understand what happened. That golden silk armor was none other than the damaged Khanate Mystic Gold silk armor. Wearing it was akin to carrying a burden of 5 tons. Hence, Su Zimo had not displayed his true strength the entire time. Now that he removed the burden on his body, Su Zimo was much more relaxed as he burst forth with a massive speed boost, killing the gray-robed cultivator who was caught off guard. Right as the other 9 mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators were about to attack, Little Crane had already seized the opportunity to descend and swoop Little Fatty, Leng Ro, and the Spirit Tiger into the air with it. The coordination between the man and Crane was seamless. In the blink of an eye, the only people alive on the ground were Su Zimo and the 9 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Blood drained from their faces as they watched Su Zimo advance towards them step by step, fear filling their eyes. Before this, none of them would have thought that more than 30 Foundation establishment cultivators would be killed mostly by a level 9 Qi refinement warrior. Swash! Su Zimo disappeared on the spot, leaving only a flurry of afterimages. Saber flashes were accompanied by a scarlet light. In the blink of an eye, 3 more people died. 2 of them mounted their swords and wanted to flee. Squatting slightly, Su Zimo left 2 deep pits on the ground with a single boom. Leaping entirely into the air, his figure remained in midair as he slashed down the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. There were now 4 remaining. Repelling 2 incoming flying swords, Su Zimo charged forward and banged against someone's chest, exerting all his might. That person's eyeballs popped out with blood spraying and his chest caved in. The sound of bones cracking could be heard and he died before falling to the ground. By then, Su Zimo had already left and had caught up with another person, letting out a saber flash. 2 more remaining. Realizing that they could not escape Su Zimo's pursuit, the both of them dashed towards the spirit mine's entrance. Su Zimo was hot on their tails. They were just about to reach the entrance when the ground trembled under Su Zimo's lunge. The slower person was ratified. His legs gave way as he staggered and fell to the ground. The other person ahead had already disappeared into the spirit mine. No. It's none of my business. None of this is my idea. It was him. The Foundation establishment cultivator on the ground stammered and tried to explain things incoherently, his face devoid of color. Who is he? Su Zimo interrogated with a cold gaze. I don't know. The person shook his head but looked towards the entrance of the spirit mine instinctively. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. Pondering for a short moment, Su Zimo continued asking, the person in the mine is the one who killed those people in Linfeng City, right? Why yes, the Foundation establishment cultivator nodded furiously. What's his cultivation realm? Right as the Foundation establishment cultivator was about to reply, green spots appeared on his face as he smiled at Su Zimo sinisterly. When he saw that smile, Su Zimo's hair stood on end. Without hesitation, he retreated immediately. Bang! It was a dull explosion. The person who was alive just a few moments earlier exploded right in front of Su Zimo's eyes. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as a ghastly green ball floated into the spirit mine. At the moment, Little Crane descended with Leng Ro and Little Fatty upon seeing that the fight was over. Junior brother Su, are you alright? Bro, are you alright? Both of them asked at almost the same time. A hint of panic flashed in Leng Ro's eyes but she returned to normalcy almost immediately. I am fine. Su Zimo nodded and replied, frowning in deep thoughts. After a moment, he fondled Little Crane's head and said, stupid bird, send everyone back to the sect first. This place is not suitable for you guys to linger on. If you can meet with reinforcements from the sect on the way back, that would be for the best. Caw, caw. Little Crane called for Su Zimo to hurry up so that they could leave together. You guys leave first. I'll go back later, Su Zimo shook his head and rejected. Bro, you're not thinking of entering the spirit mine again, are you? Little Fatty asked with eyes widened in disbelief. Su Zimo was silent. Both Leng Ro and Little Fatty exchanged solemn glances. Junior brother Su, let's head back together. Leng Ro said, the person within the spirit mine might have a powerful background and we don't know his strength. Moreover, his techniques are so sinister. There's no need for us to take this risk. Just let him have this spirit mine. That's right. Little Fatty added, furthermore, we've already sent a message back to the sect and seniors will arrive soon. This spirit mine can still be ours. Bro, there's no need for you to take the risk personally. I have to go in and take a look. Su Zimo's gaze was firm as he said darkly, this is a middle-grade spirit mine, so that person shouldn't be a golden core. If he's a Foundation establishment cultivator, I will be able to escape safely even if I can't fight him. That person can't restrain me. There were some things that Su Zimo did not tell Little Fatty and Ling Ro. When he saw the tragedy of Linfeng City, Su Zimo's first thought was of Yen country's capital and his big brother, Su Hong. Mortals were absolutely helpless in the face of such power and could only be slaughtered. This person's descent upon Linfeng City a day ago had caused the entire city to perish. If he were to head to the capital of Yen country one day, his big brother and the others would definitely meet with the same ill fate. This was his last chance. If he were to wait for the Sects seniors to arrive, this person may have already left by then. Su Zimo was worried that if he were to let this person off, he would regret it one day. Besides, this person was accountable for the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives in Linfeng City. Bro, Little Fatty was about to continue when Su Zimo interrupted him, you guys are injured. You don't have to follow me in. Ling Ro said, we'll wait for you outside then. 2 hours. After thinking for a while, Su Zimo replied, if I'm not out within 2 hours, leave this place immediately. After pausing momentarily, Su Zimo said to Little Crane as well, stupid bird, bring everyone with you further away. If you see any stranger approaching the mine, leave immediately. Do not turn back. Little Crane nodded hurriedly, flapping its wings with a worried expression. Picking up his flying swords from the ground, Su Zimo kept the mystic gold silk armor in his storage bag and pretended to smile casually. There's so many storage bags around, hurry and collect them all. We'll split the loot secretly back in the sect. Su Zimo said as he entered the entrance, disappearing into the deep and dark spirit mine. Chapter 148, Handsome Man. Chapter 148, Handsome Man. Su Zimo held his saber and walked through the dark mine, not daring to go too fast. After a long time, he stopped in his tracks and his vision cleared up. The next moment, Su Zimo was met with a shocking scene. There were more than 10,000 strong men kneeling on the ground, forming circles after circles. In the middle of these men was a pile of spirit stones the size of a small mountain, emanating a rich scent of spirit chi. Those strong men were dressed in plain clothes and looked terrified. They were probably mortals who came to mine the spirit stones. On top of the pile sat an extremely handsome young man. His black hair swayed lightly by itself as he spread his arms slightly open with his eyes closed. Green streams of air floated out of the heads of the tens of thousands of men, entering the handsome man's body continuously. The men's cheeks were withering at a discernible pace and their eyes dimmed as though their blood and essence had been drained instantly. The Foundation establishment cultivator who had escaped first into the spirit mine laid collapsed at the feet of the handsome man, having turned into a dried corpse. This man was the true murderer behind Linfeng City's tragedy. Su Zimo scanned the person using his spirit-peering art. Perfected Foundation establishment. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. His current strength was not enough to even deal with a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, let alone a perfected. If he wanted to kill this man, he could not do it head-on. He could only rely on various techniques to close the gap. Even though the power of a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator was extremely strong, his body was definitely no match against Su Zimo's. That was Su Zimo's only chance. Suddenly, the handsome man opened his narrow eyes. They were a sinister shade of green. Oh, it's a chi refinement warrior? The handsome man's voice carried a hint of surprise. Taking a deep breath of air, he let out an intoxicated expression. Not bad, not bad. Your body's essence is richer than the tens of thousands of people in Linfeng City added together. Demon, hand over your life. Su Zimo scoffed coldly and leaped up, a crackling flash of lightning shining from his palm. Thunder Spear. A spear formed from lightning appeared out of nowhere and shot towards the handsome man. The handsome man exclaimed softly, Thunder Art? A mere chi refinement warrior is able to utilize spirit arts? Oh! As it approached, a flash of realization appeared in the handsome man's face as he smiled. I got it. The source of power for this thunder art doesn't come from your dantian. It's from your blood. It merely took him a single look to be able to speak of the secret within Su Zimo's blood. Against the incoming thunder spear, the handsome man smiled gently and flicked his finger, sending a green stream of light. The two attacks collided as the two different powers corroded one another, producing an ear-piercing sound. Thunder Spear was the strongest killing move within the Void Thunder manual. But now, it was countered by a single flick of the handsome man. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. By now, he was already at the bottom of the spirit stones pile. With a single leap, he sprinted up. Swoosh! The handsome man conjured seals with a single hand. His eyes glowed with green light as he pressed down. A gigantic and ghastly green palm descended from the sky, almost blocking Su Zimo's vision entirely. Not daring to fight him head-on, Su Zimo quickly retreated. Suddenly, the palm shattered in midair, forming streams of green light that chased after Su Zimo like snakes filled with life. In terms of spirit arts, this handsome man was many times more brilliant than the 30-odd Foundation establishment cultivators. Su Zimo did not dare to clash head-on and merely continued to dodge. He ran circles around the pile of spirit stones as the snakes chased endlessly. By now, Su Zimo was already using all his strength, but he could not shake off the green snakes chasing after him. All of a sudden, he turned around and welcomed the incoming green snakes with a slash. Poof! 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 The saber split 3 green snakes into 2 right away. However, the remaining snakes swarmed forward and coiled around his cold moon saber. That initially sharp blade turned blunt right away. Letting go of his saber in a sudden motion, Su Zimo strode forward with the plow heaven stride. Exploding with a monstrous force, he ascended the spirit stones pile in 3 steps and arrived before the handsome man. Even without the cold moon saber, Su Zimo's melee combat strength was equally terrifying. There were way too many killing techniques within the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Any single one of them was more than enough to kill the handsome man before him. Bam! Su Zimo slammed down with his palm as if he wanted to tear the world apart. Suddenly, a bone staff appeared in the handsome man's palm. Crystalline, it was made from white bones with a skull on top that exuded a nefarious aura. Chanting some weird sounds, the handsome man suddenly poked his bone staff against Su Zimo's palm. Bang! The power of the ground-rupturing palm shot off as the handsome man's body trembled. His palm cracked and the bone staff nearly slipped out of his hand. All of a sudden, the skull on the top of the staff opened its mouth. As though it was alive, ghastly light shone out of its sockets and it bit Su Zimo's wrist. Su Zimo's expression changed. The pain from his wrist was still bearable. However, Su Zimo could clearly feel his blood being drawn by an external force. If this carried on, it wouldn't be long before he ran out of blood and died like the people around him. Bang! Boom! Boom! Su Zimo gave a loud roar and channeled his blood with all his might, sending a reverberating sound of waves gushing from within his body. The power of blood churned furiously and burst, almost shattering the bone staff. The handsome man narrowed his gaze and channeled his spirit energy furiously as well, causing the bone staff to emit a ghastly light. The skull on top of the staff was still biting Su Zimo's wrist tightly, gulping blood by the mouthful. That initially white skull was gradually turning red. Excitement danced in the handsome man's eyes as he laughed loudly. What a pure power your blood contains. I really want to know how a chi refinement warrior such as yourself managed to cultivate such a strong bloodline. The two of them fought in melee range. Even though it sounded slowly, everything happened in an instant. Having lost the initiative, Su Zimo did not think further and grabbed the handsome man's head with his right hand. Even though there was no longer demonic chi in his blood, Su Zimo's palm was no different from the claws of a spirit demon. That single palm strike was more than enough to crush rocks into dust. The handsome man was in complete control of the situation. Without panicking at all, he conjured hand seals and hollered softly, "Blood curse." In front of the handsome man's chest, a ghastly green ball of light appeared. It revolved and expanded, separating the distance between Su Zimo and the handsome man. Su Zimo's right hand fell into the light ball. It was as if he was trapped in a quagmire and it was difficult to advance. He was completely restricted. Finally, Su Zimo's expression changed. At that moment, Su Zimo could clearly sense weakness coming from within his body. If this continued, his blood essence would be devoured within 10 minutes. Chapter 149, Blood Bone Palm. Chapter 149, Blood Bone Palm. If your bloodline was stronger, I wouldn't be able to hold you down today. What a pity. The handsome man smiled sinisterly. Su Zimo had also realized this. If he was at greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section, he would be able to kill a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with ease. Coupled with the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra, he could definitely match a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. The handsome man's bone staff might not even be able to bite through his flesh. At the moment, a sense of helplessness rose in Su Zimo's heart. With the bone staff biting his left wrist tightly, almost half of Su Zimo's body had gone numb and weak by now. On the other end, his right hand was covered by the ghastly green ball of light, rendering him incapable of moving. He could see the handsome man's face right behind the ball of light, but he did not have the strength to pierce it. Moreover, Su Zimo's right hand had started to corrode because of this strange power. His flesh was rotting with his skin peeled in a horrifying manner. Behind the light ball, the handsome man smiled smugly. Suddenly, the handsome man's smile froze as his eyes focused on something strange. Su Zimo's gaze also landed on the light ball between them. In that ghastly green light ball, the flesh on Su Zimo's right hand was gone entirely, revealing a crimson bone palm. His bones were crystal clear and its surface burned with a fine flame. It looked like the most beautiful treasure in this world. The bone palm's fingertip was as sharp as a knife. It did not look like the palm of a human. An extremely terrifying aura emanated as the ghastly green light ball shattered. In the face of that aura, the handsome man felt as small as an ant. For a moment, his heart even stopped beating. What is this? The handsome man's pupils constricted. At the same time, Su Zimo felt a new surge of energy gush into his body from his right hand. His blood felt as though it was burning and spewing flames. Kill! Su Zimo bellowed and reached for the handsome man's head with that blood-colored bone palm. The handsome man's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly moved the white bone staff in front of him to block the blood bone palm. Piak! Su Zimo merely grabbed gently. The handsome man's staff was broken right away. Poof! The next moment, Su Zimo's palm had descended and the handsome man's head was crushed. A perfected foundation establishment cultivator had fallen. Su Zimo stood where he was and looked at his right hand in disbelief. The handsome man's bone staff was definitely as hard as a middle-grade spirit weapon. But, his right hand had managed to snap it with ease. Just what was that right hand of his? Su Zimo could clearly feel that the blood-bone palm was not his original palm. It gave off a horrifying aura that seemed as though it could destroy everything in the world. Suddenly, something came to Su Zimo's mind. Back in Song Lang mountain range, he had fought against many cultivators of joyful sect and his right hand was almost crippled at that time. After that, when Su Zimo woke up, his entire body was intact and there were no wounds. Dai Yu must have attached this blood-bone palm back then. But, what was the origin of this blood-bone palm? Why did it give him such a sense of trepidation? At this moment, he finally found a clue to many of his previous doubts. The reason why he was able to cultivate a level 3 spirit fire right away must have something to do with this blood-bone palm. That was the reason why Su Zimo's right hand did not change when he turned into a demon previously, it was because his strength was not enough to trigger the blood-bone palm. Even if he did not know the secret behind the blood-bone palm, Su Zimo knew that many of his body's abnormalities were related to it. This was definitely one of the 3 gifts that Dai Yu had left him. Looking around, Su Zimo did not find anyone else and he heaved a sigh of relief. The blood-bone palm was clearly not a human palm. If it was exposed, he would have no way of explaining himself out of this. Su Zimo put away the handsome man's storage bag and rummaged through it. He found a grade 2 muscle-enhancing elixir and swallowed it. Together with Su Zimo's already strong self-healing powers, a thin layer of flesh formed on his right palm before long. Even though he wasn't fully recovered, it was enough to hide away the blood-bone palm. Still worried, Su Zimo removed a piece of cloth and wrapped his right hand in it. He pondered for a moment and with a wave of his hand, all the middle-grade spirit stones were put into his storage bag. He had come here for the sake of spirit stones so he naturally wouldn't give any chances. Looking at the tens of thousands of mortals around him who had died in the kneeling position, Su Zimo sighed. A look of pity filled his eyes together with a rush of emotions. If he hadn't met Dai Yu, he would have been no different from those mortals who could only be slaughtered by cultivators. Why? Why did those mortals not have spirit roots? Senior Crane once said that it was a person's fate whether or not they had spirit roots and nothing could change that. Without a spirit root, one would not be able to cultivate. The way these people before him met with their ends, was that their fate as well? Su Zimo felt indignant. He was indignant for the hundreds of thousands of innocent lives of Linfeng City, indignant for the tens of thousands of simple and plain men in front of him. If they could cultivate, they might not have died today. He had Dai Yu to defy the heavens and change his fate by planting a spirit root for him. But, what about them? Who could change the fates of all those people? Ugh! Sighing once more, Su Zimo left the place. Outside, Little Crane and the others were hiding nearby, watching the spirit mine for any activity tensely. After almost 2 hours, a person exited from the mine. Leng Ro and the rest focused, it was Su Zimo. Little Crane carried Leng Ro, Little Fatty and the spirit tiger and hurriedly flew over with Little Fatty cheering in midair. How was it, bro? Are you alright? Little Fatty hopped down first and asked in concern. Su Zimo nodded. Leng Ro's gaze landed on Su Zimo's right hand and she asked softly, "Your hand?" "It's nothing. It's just a small injury." There was naturally no way Su Zimo would tell the truth. Right then, a stream of light suddenly sped over from afar. It was extremely fast and appeared before them in the blink of an eye. It was a gigantic spirit vessel. A picture of a mountain peak was etched onto the side of the spirit vessel. A group of golden cores stood on the deck of the spirit peak. The 5 people leading the group were none other than the 5 peak masters of Ethereal Peak. Leaping from the spirit vessel, the 5 peak masters surveyed the scene. Looking at the 30-odd corpses of Foundation establishment cultivators strewn all over the place, their eyes had a slight hint of shock. Su Zimo and the rest had not expected that Leng Ro's message would alarm the Sects' golden cores. "Greetings, Peak Masters." "Greetings, Elders." Su Zimo and the other 2 bowed. Nodding their heads, the 5 Peak Masters asked about everything with solemn expressions. Little Fatty related the entire incident from the beginning to the end, how they realized the oddities in Linfeng City all the way to how Su Zimo entered the spirit mine alone. Towards the end, the disheveled old man glared at Su Zimo with a look of blame. "Alright, let's return to the sect first." At that moment, Wen Xian came out of the spirit mine. Waving his hand, he brought Su Zimo, Ling Ro, Little Fatty and the two beasts up the spirit vessel. Chapter 150, Foundation Establishment Meridian Unlocking. Chapter 150, Foundation Establishment Meridian Unlocking. Ethereal Main Peak, Ethereal Palace. The 5 Peak Masters brought Su Zimo, Ling Ro, and Little Fatty here to relate everything about Linfeng City and the Spirit Mine to the Sect Master thoroughly. Su Zimo, Ling Ro, and Little Fatty left. Sect Master Ling Yun closed his eyes in deep thoughts before asking, "What do you guys think?" Wen Xian said, "For them to deploy such cruel methods. This should be the act of fiend cultivators. Sect Master, we must not be careless." The other 4 Peak Masters nodded in agreement. Pass the order down. Before the sect competition, all disciples should head out as little as possible. If they have to head out, they must be accompanied by disciples of Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation or higher, and the groups must be 20 or larger. Ling Yun continued, "Arrange properly for Lu Yangrong and Guan Jin's funerals. Also, Ling Ro and Little Fatty shall be rewarded with spirit stones and elixirs. As for Su Zimo," the disheveled old man said hurriedly, "Sect Master, if not for that lad, Ling Ro and Little Fatty aside, even Little Crane wouldn't have returned alive. We were there and the aftermath of the battle was intense. More than 30 Foundation Establishment cultivators died in the hands of that lad. Impart him the Ethereal Foundation Establishment," Ling Yun replied. When he heard that, the disheveled old man's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He quickly bowed repeatedly and said, "That's for the best. I thank the Sect Master on behalf of that lad, Su Zimo." Ethereal Foundation Establishment was one of the 3 major secret skills of the sect. In Qi Condensation Realm, the standards for cultivation techniques were very low. Any technique could cultivate a sea of Qi. As long as one had a good spirit root, they would be able to advance to Foundation Establishment Realm. However, the standards required of techniques will become much higher at Foundation Establishment. Foundation Establishment was divided into 4 levels: early, mid, late stages and perfected. At Perfected Foundation Establishment, there's the method of Meridian Unlocking. Meridian Unlocking referred unlocking of the 8 Meridian channels with spirit energy. Every single unlocked Meridian would raise the cultivator's strength. At Perfected Foundation Establishment, the difference in strength between a cultivator with 8 unlocked Meridians and another with a single unlocked Meridian was like heaven and earth. Normally, if one could unlock 4 of the 8 Meridians, they would already have a high chance of forming a golden core. With 5 unlocked Meridians, the chance was even higher. If one could unlock all 8, they would definitely form a golden core. Even though it seemed simple, it was actually extremely difficult. Many Foundation Establishment cultivators would never be able to open up 4 Meridians in their entire lives. In the end, they could only force their core formation. Many of those will end up failing in the process and die. But, if one could cultivate a top-notch Foundation Establishment technique, their chances of unlocking their Meridians would be much greater. Ethereal Foundation Establishment was that top-notch technique. Any cultivator of the secret skill would be able to unlock at least 4 Meridian channels at Perfected Foundation Establishment. Of course, in the history of the Great Zhou dynasty, there was also a Foundation Establishment cultivator who had managed to unlock all 8 Meridians. The most recent Foundation Establishment cultivator who had managed to do it was that monster who walked out of Ethereal Peak 1,000 years ago. It was nearly impossible to unlock all 8 Meridians. No Foundation Establishment cultivator would deliberately aim to unlock all 8 Meridians, since theoretically, they could attempt for Golden Core Realm with just 4 unlocked Meridians. But of course, it was undeniable that the more meridians were unlocked, the stronger one would be and the better the quality of the formed golden core. Therefore, there were some inner sect cultivators who were even in their 40s but they were still at perfected foundation establishment. They wanted to unlock as many meridians as possible and were in no hurry to form a core. However, the lifespan of foundation establishment cultivators was only slightly more than 100 years. Once anyone passes 50 years old, their energy, chi and spirit would all diminish. If they weren't able to unlock their meridians in the past, it would be even tougher in the future. Therefore, most people would remain at perfected foundation establishment to 50 years old at most. No matter how many meridians were unlocked by then, they would attempt to form a core. The most amazing thing about ethereal foundation establishment was that it could ensure at least 4 unlocked meridians for a cultivator. It meant that one would cross half the threshold required for core formation. Furthermore, with that foundation, cultivators with extremely strong endowments would be able to unlock even more meridians. After all, Ethereal Peak had once produced a cultivator with 8 unlocked meridians who was unparalleled in the northern Tianhuang region among all foundation establishment cultivators. As the 5 peak masters were about to leave the Ethereal Palace, Sect Master Ling Yun added, "By the way, don't tell anyone about this incident." Stunned for a moment, the 5 peak masters nodded in agreement. After the 5 of them left, a red-headed beauty appeared within the palace. Ling Yun stood up and cupped his fists, asking darkly, "Senior, have you heard of any similar demonic techniques that enables one to suck another cultivator's essence and blood?" The red-headed beauty had a grim look as she shook her head. Ling Yun frowned and murmured, "Could it be one of the 7 Fiend sects? If he was someone from those sects, this would be sticky for Ethereal sect to handle. If we don't handle it well, our sect might be destroyed. It's not someone from a Fiend sect." The red-headed beauty shook her head and sounded certain. Ling Yun's expression softened. He had just sighed a heave of relief when the red-headed beauty continued, "However, that person's background is probably not any weaker than the 7 Fiend sections. It might even be comparable. Could it be?" As though he recalled something, Ling Yun's pupils constricted and he did not continue. The red-headed beauty nodded. Ghastly green eyes. He should have come from Tianhuang's forbidden grounds. Pust. Ling Yun drew a breath of cold air and was shocked. After a long while, he asked, "Why are living beings of the forbidden grounds out and about?" "I don't know either." The red-headed beauty sighed. "Chaos has started to descend upon Tianhuang mainland." "Senior, your lifespan," Ling Yun was extremely worried and could not help but ask. "I can't hold on for much longer. 100 years more at most." The red-headed beauty said, "All these years, the other 4 major sects have all been coveting Ethereal sect. Even some of the minor sects are tempted to take action. When I die, Ethereal sect will be on the brink of life and death too. If no one is able to advance to Void Reversion Realm within this 100 years and become a Tao being, Ethereal Peak would probably reach its end. Senior." Suddenly, Ling Yun collapsed to the ground on his knees with a feeling of guilt. He looked at the red-headed beauty silently with a mournful expression. The crane was the spirit beast of Ethereal Peak's founder master and had guarded the sect for several thousands of years. It possessed strength equivalent to that of a Tao being and was the only existence in the sect at Void Reversion Realm. All these years, if not for Senior Crane's protection, Ethereal Peak would have been destroyed several times. There's no need for that. There are thousands of nascent soul-perfected lords out there and none of them can advance to Void Reversion Realm without a powerful mental cultivation technique. You don't have to blame yourself." The red-headed beauty stretched her hand to help him up and said softly, "Don't worry, I will protect Ethereal Peak till the very end. I won't let down the task he entrusted for me back then." Ling Yun sighed. Actually, the group of disciples from last year had pretty decent endowments. Feng Haoyu, Leng Ro, Su Zimo and Little Fatty, their potentials are limitless. It's just a pity. Ling Yun did not continue. It was just a pity that none of them would be able to reach Void Reversion Realm within 100 years to help the sect tide over this calamity of annihilation. Chapter 151, 100 Days of Foundation Establishment. Chapter 151, 100 Days of Foundation Establishment. As the 5 Peak Masters ordered Su Zimo, Leng Ro, and Little Fatty to remain silent, no one in the sect knew the details of the battle at Linfeng City. Everyone only vaguely heard that Leng Ro and company were met with an ambush when they went out. 2 inner sect disciples died tragically, and the 3 of them were only saved after golden cores of the sect arrived. Right after, the sect sent out orders restricting disciples from heading out, etc. As such, the tension was high within the sect. Even though most people did not know the reason, they felt a sense of danger and chose to enter seclusion cultivation. It was the same for Su Zimo as well. The reason why he joined Leng Ro and Little Fatty in heading out after returning from Thunderclap Valley was because he was lacking in spirit stones. Now, Su Zimo had sufficient spirit stones and he had already begun to cultivate fervently, bent on catching up on his lack of progress for the past 6 months. In his cave abode, Su Zimo resumed his normal cultivation routine. By absorbing spirit stones and refining elixirs in the day, he would then choose to consume perfect elixirs and continue raising his cultivation. At night, he would channel the tiger leopard thunder sound and continue with cleansing his marrow liquid, regenerating fresh and powerful blood. The effect of swapping blood through marrow cleansing was obvious. In the process, even the skin, flesh, tendons and bones would become stronger. Every morning after waking up, Su Zimo's body would be covered by a thin layer of black mud. Those were the impurities in his body. Both his immortality and demonic cultivation were steadily improving. With sufficient spirit stones to replenish his energy coupled with non-stop cultivation, Su Zimo reached perfected chi condensation after a single month. When he was at level 9 chi condensation, Su Zimo's dantian had already formed a sea of chi. Now that he was at perfected chi condensation, a change happened to the sea of chi once more. As though it was dyed a shade of red, flames burned on top of it, sending forth a beautiful and powerful aura. Even though he had no one to spar with, Su Zimo was certain that his current state of chi condensation was enough to crush all other chi refinement warriors of the same level. Just as Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relaxation, the sound of clothes fluttering came from outside his cave abode. Before long, someone knocked on the door. Su Zimo frowned. The footsteps sounded unfamiliar. There weren't many people who came to his cave abode usually, and it was mostly Little Fatty. However, it clearly wasn't him because those footsteps were light. Su Zimo waved his robes and the door to his cave abode opened. A fragrant scent wafted in as a woman wearing a snow-white blouse stood at the entrance. She had a cold expression, but a trace of uneasiness flickered through her eyes as she gazed inside somewhat nervously. That woman was Leng Ro. Surprised, Su Zimo stood up hurriedly and welcomed her with cupped fists. I didn't expect it to be Senior Sister Leng. Come in quickly. Yes. She replied softly and entered with her head lowered. Given Leng Ro's character, she might not even be willing to meet anyone if they came to visit. If anyone knew that she had taken the initiative to visit a male disciple at his place, their jaws would surely drop. Is there anything, Senior Sister Leng? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Pondering for a moment, Leng Ro replied, I haven't thanked you for everything that happened outside Linfeng City. I'm here to thank you for that formally. So, it's about that. Su Zimo smiled and waved it off. It's nothing much. I was also saving myself as well. You don't have to worry about it. Leng Ro nodded and said nothing more. She was not good at conversing to begin with, while Su Zimo was not good at asking questions. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold and awkward. Hesitating for a moment, Leng Ro continued, Junior Brother Su, I've made 2 grade 2 talismans. Please take them as a token of appreciation for saving my life." With that, Leng Ro retrieved 2 pieces of talismans from her storage bag and handed them over. However, her head was lowered and she did not look at Su Zimo. Su Zimo thought to himself, if I reject her, things might get even more awkward. At that thought, he reached out and took the 2 talismans before smiling. "Thank you, Senior Sister Leng." When Su Zimo received the talismans, Leng Ro's nervous expression finally relaxed. She lifted her head and glanced at Su Zimo before turning away speedily. One of the 2 talismans was a protection talisman while the other was an offensive talisman. Sensing the aura the talismans exuded, Su Zimo nodded silently. The 2 talismans should be the strongest among grade 2 talismans. It was clear that Leng Ro had spent a lot of effort on them. Su Zimo thought to himself, it's a pity I can't refine middle-grade spirit weapons. Otherwise, would have made one and returned the favor. By now, Su Zimo was able to advance to Foundation Establishment realm at any time. His 6 inferior grade flying swords could no longer keep up with his cultivation. If he wanted to set up a sword formation, he would have to refine his own flying swords. Right now, Su Zimo's technique for tempering was way too crude. Even if he had superior grade materials, he would not be able to remove the impurities and etch the second spirit pattern. That was a huge problem he was eager to solve. The both of them chatted casually a little more and Leng Ro left. From his storage bag, Su Zimo retrieved an elixir that looked mysterious with 5 patterns on it. It was a perfect Foundation Establishment elixir. He had created that Foundation Establishment elixir during the face-off against Su Zimo on Elixir Peak. At the thought of Feng Haoyu, Su Zimo could not help but recall how the former had stopped and threatened him after the Elixir Peak face-off. At that moment, it seemed as though Feng Haoyu was just doing it out of spite. But, after Su Zimo thought about it, things did not seem as simple. After advancing to Foundation Establishment realm, Su Zimo would inevitably come across Feng Haoyu once more and he did not know what that guy would do next. After all, Feng Haoyu had experienced that terrible defeat. If he made a comeback, he would not be easy to deal with. With that thought in mind, Su Zimo swallowed the Foundation Establishment elixir. It melted instantly in his mouth, sending a warm stream down his throat into his dantian that emitted a powerful medicinal effect. Under the influence of that medicinal effect, Su Zimo calmed himself down and gathered the sea of qi within his dantian. He was neither anxious nor hurried. As the name suggested, Foundation Establishment was for one to lay down the foundation. If one's foundation was lacking, their future cultivation path could be problematic. The scarlet sea of qi shrank endlessly and reduced in size. However, the aura that was being emitted was increasingly powerful and terrifying. Time began to slip away just like that. Su Zimo was in no rush. For normal cultivators to establish their foundations, the fast ones would take less than 2 hours and the slowest ones would take up to 5 days. However, there was no one as slow as Su Zimo. A full 100 days had passed by before Su Zimo opened his eyes that shone with a sharp glint. The sea of qi within his dantian had finally disappeared and turned into a scarlet spirit liquid. There was a qualitative change in his spirit qi, transforming it into spirit energy. 100 days of foundation establishment. Even though they were 100 ordinary days, Su Zimo had set up a foundation sturdier than anything else. On this day, Su Zimo walked out of his cave abode and summoned his flying sword. He headed for the main peak. Upon reaching Foundation Establishment realm, one could take part in the inner sect assessment at the main peak. As long as they passed, they would become inner sect disciples. Chapter 152, Shock. Chapter 152, Shock. The inner sect assessment was relatively simple. It merely tested the disciples on their control and insights toward sword kinesis as well as whether their foundations were stable. When the testing elder saw that it was Su Zimo, he gave the latter an inner sect identity badge without conducting the assessment at all. Under Little Fatty's lead, the two of them circled the main peak before looking for a suitable cave abode to settle down. All that trouble took up half a day's time. Before long, news of Su Zimo becoming an inner sect disciple spread out through the inner sect. Right as Su Zimo was about to return to his cave abode and return to seclusion cultivation of Ethereal Foundation establishment, a group of people walked over. They looked unfriendly and were sneering. Leading the pack was a former disciple of Spirit Peak, Sun Tao, who was knocked unconscious by a single slap of Su Zimo. After half a year, Sun Tao was already at early-stage foundation establishment as well. The other people were unfamiliar and they had different cultivations. There were even late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. All of those people surrounded Su Zimo and Little Fatty before long. With a smile, Little Fatty cupped his fists. "Senior brothers. What do you need?" "Little Fatty, make way. This is none of your business." Sun Tao snorted coldly and looked at Su Zimo. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "Su Zimo, you ambushed me while I was unprepared back in Spirit Peak. We haven't settled that debt yet. I'm not someone to take advantage of you. Since you're already at early-stage foundation establishment now, today is a good time. We'll fight it out in the spirit arena." In truth, even though they were both at early-stage foundation establishment, one had just advanced and the other was at a peak state. Furthermore, Su Zimo had just become an inner sect disciple and had yet to learn any spirit arts. As for Sun Tao, he had already been in the inner sect for a few months now with a few spirit arts under his belt. Everyone could tell whether or not it was fair, but no one said anything. Little Fatty had a strange expression as he looked at Sun Tao with a hint of pity in his gaze. However, he did not say anything as well. Su Zimo could not be bothered with Sun Tao and merely shook his head. "I'm not interested." "Humph." Sun Tao's expression darkened as he yelled, "Su Zimo, that's not up to you." "Oh?" Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo looked at Sun Tao for a moment and suddenly laughed. "What do you mean?" "Su Zimo, stop pretending." A disciple at the side shouted, "You must have been a burden to senior brothers Lu and Guan at the spirit mine of Linfeng City since you were just a Qi refinement warrior. How else would they have died? What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing that, Little Fatty could not help but berate them. He was well aware of what happened at the spirit mine, but no one else knew. One of them sneered, "Even though the three of you refused to say anything about that incident, all of us can roughly guess everything. Su Zimo must have been a burden to our two senior brothers." Su Zimo was expressionless as he listened to their accusations. It was a baseless rumor that came from an illogical conclusion. Despite being so ridiculous, there were many in the inner sect that bought it. Repeated rumors turn into facts. Su Zimo did not believe that it wasn't intentionally spread by someone. Sun Tao scoffed coldly, "Su Zimo, even if you reject my challenge today, there will be many other senior brothers coming to challenge you from this day forth in the name of our two dead senior brothers. Humph, you can dream about cultivating in peace from now on." With an unchanged expression, Su Zimo nodded. "Alright, let's head to the spirit arena." For some reason, Sun Tao felt uneasy when he heard Su Zimo's carefree tone. After all, Su Zimo had already defeated Feng Haoyu back when he was in Qi Condensation Realm. Now that he was at Foundation Establishment Realm, Su Zimo must be even stronger. However, Sun Tao thought again. How could Su Zimo be a match for him since the latter had just joined the inner sect and had yet to learn spirit arts? By the time Sun Tao's imagination was done running wild, everyone had arrived at the spirit arena of the main peak. Su Zimo entered it slowly, looking calm and composed. Whipping out his flying sword, Sun Tao leapt into the spirit arena. He conjured hand seals with his left hand and spirit energy reverberated on his fingertips. The spirit art was taking shape. Today is where I will reclaim my dignity. Sun Tao conjured his spirit art and composed himself. He could not help but burst out in laughter smugly. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he said nonchalantly, "Sun Tao, if I can knock you out the first time, I can knock you out a second time." Boom! Right after he said that, Su Zimo disappeared from sight. Between the both of them, a flurry of afterimages appeared and in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived before Sun Tao. He had not made use of spirit weapons nor energy, this was purely a burst of his physical strength. An intense and ferocious aura gushed out. For a moment, Sun Tao felt that he was not facing a human, but an ancient beast. He did not have time to think as he struck with the spirit art in his left hand. Controlling his flying sword with his right hand, he willed it to stab forward. He almost did not have to aim at all since they were so close together. Bang! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Sun Tao heard a horrifying sound of a tsunami surging in his ears. Su Zimo's eyes lit up, his power of blood bursting forth. With a casual punch, Su Zimo destroyed Sun Tao's spirit art. Right after, he sidestepped and dodged the incoming sword and with a flip of his hand, he struck Sun Tao's face ruthlessly. This was the exact same move that he had done on Spirit Peak. Sun Tao was alarmed as he felt his vision turn black. A torrential force descended upon him and he fell backwards uncontrollably. Bang! A flash of blood appeared as the back of his head landed on the ground. Sun Tao fainted on the spot. It was too fast. The inner sect disciples that were spectating below were not prepared for Sun Tao to collapse on the spirit arena after just a mere moment of contact. Stunned on the spot, most of them had not registered the fact yet. Suddenly, Su Zimo turned around and looked at the inner sect disciples. He said calmly, "Anyone else who is unconvinced can come up together. I'll take all of you guys at the same time." Everyone was in an uproar. The next moment, inner sect disciples below burned with instant rage and shouted, "Preposterous! How arrogant! What did Su Zimo mean by that?" He was looking down at everyone as though they were nothing. All the inner sect disciples present were at the peak of their youth. How could any of them tolerate such insolence from a disciple who had just entered the inner sect? Little Fatty secretly frowned, somewhat confused. In reality, after what Sun Tao said, Su Zimo realized that this was actually a scheme of the enemy hiding in the depths. No matter what, he had to accept this challenge. As Sun Tao said, if he did not resolve it today, he would not be able to cultivate in peace in the future. The simplest and most effective way of settling it was to shock. It wasn't just to shock Sun Tao's group. More than that, it was to shock the enemy plotting against him in the dark. Therefore, Su Zimo was not just going to take down Sun Tao's group today. He was going to reveal his true strength and crush everything completely. Chapter 153, Sky Treasure Auction House. Chapter 153, Sky Treasure Auction House. Although many disciples were infuriated, they were still able to remain rational and did not rush up together. A mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was the first to enter the spirit arena as he remarked coldly, "Junior brother Su, aren't you being too arrogant?" Before that person could finish, Su Zimo took 2 steps and arrived before him. Without a second word, he raised his hands and drew an arc in the air. His punch was filled with power, as though a gigantic stamp was crushing down. Ah! That person yelped and crushed a protection talisman right away. Su Zimo's fist slammed heavily against the barrier of the protection talisman, causing it to shake violently. Right after, a series of terrifying sounds could be heard. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared and extended on the surface of the light barrier. A Grade 2 protection talisman was destroyed by a single punch from Su Zimo. That person was scared out of his wits. Without waiting for Su Zimo to continue punching, he jumped down from the spirit arena with fear in his eyes. Retreating frantically, he was like a stray dog. Another inner sect disciple grit his teeth and leaped into the spirit arena, summoning his flying sword instantly. 2 spirit lights shone dazzlingly on the sword. It was a middle-grade flying sword. On the other side, that person conjured hand seals and pointed it at Su Zimo's feet. Suddenly, thick vines grew out like snakes, climbing and wrapping themselves tightly around Su Zimo's ankles. The flying sword and spirit art struck at the same time, complementing each other perfectly. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to dodge the flying sword's attack with their bodies restricted. However, Su Zimo's bloodline was way too strong. Unless it was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, no one else could trap him. Bang! Boom! Boom! The blood within Su Zimo's body rumbled as lightning flashed. Striking the vines conjured by the spirit art, the power of thunder electrocuted it into nothingness. Swash! At the same time, the flying sword pierced toward Su Zimo's glabella. Laughing gently, Su Zimo did not dodge at all. He extended his palm and caressed the incoming sword gently, soft as a tongue. The flying sword fell into Su Zimo's palm obediently. As for Su Zimo's palm, it was completely unharmed. The inner sect disciple on the other end opened his mouth wide and his eyeballs nearly popped out. Such methods were far beyond his knowledge. Grabbing weapons barehanded was just a small trick among martial artists to deal with mortals. But, no one had ever seen a cultivator who could deal with a Foundation establishment cultivator's flying sword using just his bare hands. Everyone, let's attack together. Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The tens of disciples below leaped into the spirit arena hot-headedly. That's the way. Su Zimo burst out in laughter. He took a few steps and slammed into the crowd, exploding the power of his bloodline. Using his unparalleled might and ferocious fist techniques, he crushed his way through everyone. Bang! 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 Accompanied by cries of pain, the sound of fists and flesh colliding rang out constantly as bodies fell one after another. Many people had just entered the spirit arena. However, they were knocked down by Su Zimo before they could even stand firmly. In the blink of an eye, bodies were strewn all over the spirit arena. They were completely defeated. Far away, 3 cultivators stood. From their identity badges, they were also inner sect disciples. However, their auras were extraordinary and they were clearly unlike everyone else. That's Su Zimo. The number 1 of 4 peaks last year. His melee combat strength is rather decent. However, it's of little use. Yes. Against us, he won't even have a chance to get close, someone among them laughed. I heard that there were quite a number of disciples with decent endowment last year. Other than Su Zimo, there's Feng Haoyu and a beauty called Leng Ro. Yes. All 3 of them have a chance to become legacy disciples just like us. That's for the future. Let's continue our seclusion and prepare for the sect competition. Feng Haoyu watched everything expressionlessly and turned around to head back to his cave abode. As soon as he entered and closed the door, Feng Haoyu stopped in his tracks as if he sensed something. That lad's methods are terrifying. At the spirit mine of Linfeng City, more than 30 Foundation establishment cultivators died in his hands. There was even a late stage among them. A hoarse voice sounded suddenly. It came from a black figure standing in a corner of the cave abode. Feng Haoyu was secretly shocked. None of the sect disciples knew about what happened at Linfeng City. Only the 5 peak masters and some elders who went as reinforcements knew about it. Feng Haoyu said, according to what you said, Senior, I'm unable to deal with him given my current abilities. Furthermore, I can't kill Su Zimo inside the sect. Have you learned all 3 major secret skills? The hoarse voice sounded once more. Yes. Feng Haoyu nodded. Obtaining the 3 major secret skills of Ethereal Peak was a large part of his mission. Record them for me. No, Feng Haoyu shook his head. Oh. The tone of the black figure changed. Instantly, the atmosphere within the cave abode turned tense and was filled with killing intent. Before I learned the secret skills, Ling Yun made me swear not to spread the secret skills externally, Feng Haoyu explained. I have no choice either. The cave abode fell silent. After a moment, the black figure laughed sinisterly. Humph, humph. Not to spread them? We shall see how long more Ethereal Peak can hang on for. When the time comes, I'll come and snatch the 3 major secret skills personally. What about Su Zimo and the 3 legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak? Feng Haoyu asked again. Su Zimo is manageable. However, those 3 legacy disciples are mostly in seclusion and rarely show their faces. There's no chance to strike at all. The black figure ordered, don't act rashly lest we alert the enemy. We'll find a chance before the sect competition to take down the 4 of them in one fell swoop. Humph, let's see who else Ethereal Peak can send to the sect competition. A cold gust of wind blew past and the black figure disappeared from Feng Haoyu's cave abode. As Su Zimo had expected, no one in the inner sect sought trouble with him after that fight. For the next 2 months, he locked himself in seclusion and absorbed spirit stones continuously, cultivating the ethereal foundation establishment to raise his cultivation. 2 months later, it was almost the end of the year. Su Zimo was now at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment. He thought about it deeply and decided to head out for a walk. His main goal was to find a secret manual to hone one's weapon refinement skill. Without a manual like that, Su Zimo would not be able to improve on his weapon refinement technique. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would be almost half as weak if he was unable to make use of sword formations. Without letting anyone know, Su Zimo left quietly. His destination was to a place called Qiyu City. It was an important city within the Great Zhou dynasty and contained a sky treasure auction house. Typically, as long as there was a city where cultivators gathered, there would be a sky treasure pavilion. However, there weren't many sky treasure auction houses within the Great Zhou dynasty. Qiyu City was the closest city to Ethereal Peak that had one. Sky Treasure Auction House intended to try his luck at Sky Treasure Auction House. Ever since that fight outside of Linfeng City, he had quite a bit of spirit stones in his storage bag. It was just convenient for him. Chapter 154, Authentic Badge. Chapter 154, Authentic Badge. Qiyu City. From afar, it looked like a terrifying behemoth lying on the ground. Even the capital of Yan country paled in comparison. But, this was only just a single major town of the dynasty. One could imagine how majestic and dominating the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty was. Along the way, the number of cultivators increased in number the closer it was to Qiyu City. In the capital of Yan country, there were only Qi refinement warriors mostly. It was difficult to even see a foundation establishment cultivator. However, foundation establishment cultivators were extremely common in Qiyu City. Flying on their swords, there were people coming and going constantly. Occasionally, even golden cores who could travel through the air without the use of any objects would pass by. Comparatively, Qiyu City was truly more like a city for cultivators. Even though Su Zimo was a disciple of Ethereal Peak, he did not dare to behave flamboyantly in Qiyu City. In fact, he even put away his sect badge and looked for a random inn within the city. Similar to Sky Treasure Pavilion, Sky Treasure Auction House was also backed by a royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. Listening to the discussions of surrounding cultivators, Su Zimo's confidence in this trip increased. It was said that the Sky Treasure Auction House was the largest trading market in the Great Zhou dynasty. It was famous and many rare and unique treasures had been auctioned here, be it spirit weapons, elixirs, talismans and manuals etc. Of course, the price of the items auctioned was also extremely high. By the time Su Zimo entered the city, it was already evening. After listening for a while in the lobby of the inn, he went back to rest. The next day, Su Zimo woke up early and rushed to the Sky Treasure Auction House. The Sky Treasure Auction House was divided into outer and inner houses. Most items in the outer house were ordinary items where cultivators only needed spirit stones to purchase them or exchange items of equivalent value. The inner house was where the real auction was. All rare items would be auctioned officially in the inner house. The competition was fair and the highest bidders would get it. As long as one were to enter the region of the Sky Treasure Auction House, be it the inner or outer houses, they were not allowed to fly through the air. Even golden cores were not permitted, that was the rule of the auction house. The place was packed as people pushed against one another. There were cultivators of all major and minor sects of different branches. In fact, Su Zimo even caught sight of a few cultivators from Iridescent Cloud's Palace and Azure Frost sect. After taking a spin around the outer house, Su Zimo had an eye-opener. He had truly come across quite a few treasures, but it was a pity that he hadn't seen a manual for the tempering technique of weapon refinement. Without any hesitation, Su Zimo walked towards the entrance of the inner house. On both sides of the entrance stood two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Clad in armor, they surveyed the crowd constantly with sharp gazes. Such guards could be seen everywhere in the Sky Treasure Auction House. Even if a golden core were to cause trouble here, he would be ruthlessly suppressed. Su Zimo had just walked up the stairs when he was stopped by the two guards. "Show me your Sky Treasure badge," one of them said coldly. Su Zimo was stunned and asked, "I need a Sky Treasure badge?" The other guard explained patiently, "Different color badges represent the different parts of the inner house you'll be seated. Bronze is the worst and gold is the best." Su Zimo truly did not know that he would have to display a Sky Treasure badge to enter the inner house. In fact, the inner house was not a place anyone could just enter. The Sky Treasure badge was proof that someone was qualified to take part in the auction. Otherwise, who could tell if anyone was there to fish in troubled waters? Furthermore, most cultivators who were able to obtain a Sky Treasure badge were those who had sold a certain number of items in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. It was also verifiable proof of the person's identity and strength. At a moment like this, Ethereal Peak's sect badge was not as useful as a Sky Treasure badge. Su Zimo did have a Sky Treasure badge indeed, and it was a gold one. However, he had never used that gold badge ever since he found out about Ji Yaoshue's identity, afraid that it would attract unnecessary trouble. But with the current situation, Su Zimo had no choice but to hand the Sky Treasure gold badge over. When the guard saw that it was a gold badge, he could not help but frown. Typically, someone of Su Zimo's cultivation, early-stage Foundation establishment, would be hard-pressed to even possess a silver badge. Sky Treasure gold badges were almost only exclusive to golden cores. Only golden cores were worthy of a gold badge. The guard's first instinct was that the Sky Treasure gold badge was fake. Without a change of expression, he pressed gently in the middle of the Sky Treasure gold badge. His expression softened and he nodded to the other guard. The Sky Treasure gold badge was authentic. Before this, there had been incidents of fake Sky Treasure badges as well. However, no one had managed to bluff their way through. The main reason was that in the center of every Sky Treasure badge, there would be a unique mark that outsiders would not be able to replicate. A single touch by the guard was enough to tell of whether the gold badge was authentic. This green-robed scholar's background is not simple. The elders in his family must dote on him to be willing to give a Sky Treasure gold badge to an early-stage Foundation establishment. One of the guards said secretly and nodded to Su Zimo. He then moved aside and handed the Sky Treasure gold badge back. Su Zimo took the token and it slid through the guard's hand. Right as it was about to leave the guard's hand, a cold glint flashed in the guard's eyes as though he had realized something as he held onto the Sky Treasure gold badge tightly. Something was not right. When the Sky Treasure gold badge slid through his hand, he had clearly touched a word character. The guard snatched back the Sky Treasure gold badge and waved his hand. Instantly, a few more Foundation establishment cultivators appeared beside him, looking malicious and unfriendly as they surrounded Su Zimo in a circle. "What's wrong?" Su Zimo frowned and asked. The guard looked at Su Zimo and grunted. Whisking the Sky Treasure gold badge up, he scrutinized it under his eyes. At the right corner of the Sky Treasure gold badge, there was a character the size of a mosquito. As long as one focused on it, they would be able to recognize that it was the word Shui. The guard handed the Sky Treasure gold badge to another person with a darkened expression. If not for that Shui character, the Sky Treasure gold badge would be authentic. However, it was way too fake with it. This was clearly the badge of the Great Zhou dynasty's third princess. How could it be in the hands of an outsider? Humph one, how dare you forge a fake Sky Treasure gold badge? You really don't know the meaning of death. Take him down. Another guard shouted after checking out the badge. Hold on. Su Zimo was extremely calm as he said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, what right do you have to say that my badge is fake? You have no proof at all. You have to give me some evidence." There was no way the Sky Treasure gold badge could be fake, and Su Zimo wanted to see what the guard had to say. The guard sneered. "Alright, I'll make sure you die convinced." Right as that person was about to speak, a commotion broke out not far away and the crowd was restless. Looking from the corner of his eye, the guard trembled and he looked respectful right away. There was even a look of intoxication in his eyes. It was the same for everyone else as they actually forgot about Su Zimo for the moment. Out of curiosity, Su Zimo turned over. Chapter 155, Chief Steward Gu. Chapter 155, Chief Steward Gu. A group of maidservants surrounded two women as they walked over. At the very front, the woman's skin was fair as snow. She had an exquisite appearance and her steps exuded a mature charm. The woman had a smile on her face, and her every move exuded an air of gracefulness. Clearly, her status in the Sky Treasure auction house was not low. Beside her, there was a young girl in a long pink dress. Even though her face was covered with a veil, her beautiful eyes sparkled and made one's heart flutter. Both women had their own merits and were rare beauties. They walked side by side like sisters. As soon as they appeared, they attracted everyone's attention, burning like fire. Gulps could be heard in the surroundings in a spectacular manner. To think that Chief Steward Gu would actually grace our Chiyu City's Sky Treasure auction house. I'm willing to give up 10 years of my life just to have some sort of relationship with Chief Steward Gu. Someone like you will never be entertained by the likes of Chief Steward Gu. I heard that there was a golden core who had nefarious thoughts and was killed that very night with his head hung on display in the city for an entire month. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's hearing far exceeded others. Even though the discussions were hushed, he could still hear them. So, it's her. Su Zimo muttered to himself. When he arrived in Chiyu City yesterday, Su Zimo heard quite a number of people talking about this woman. Her name was Gu Shi and she was the chief steward of the Sky Treasure auction house. It was said that even the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was very respectful to her. She was a large part of the reason why Sky Treasure auction house was so famous. No one knew the cultivation of that woman. However, none of those who harbored evil intentions towards her through the years had lived to tell the tale. Mysterious, elegant and beautiful. The combination of those words turned Gu Shi into the most famous woman in the Great Zhou dynasty, someone who could only be seen from afar and not touched. Since the Sky Treasure auction house in Chiyu City was not the main branch, Su Zimo had not expected that he would come across the great Chief Steward Gu here. Who is the pink-dressed girl beside Chief Steward Gu? She's very unfamiliar. Cut the crap. How can you recognize her through the veil? Even with the veil, I feel like I'm going out of my mind. If I could see her face even once, would die without regrets. In the crowd, many people shifted their attention to the girl in pink. Su Zimo had tried to use his spirit-peering art to check out the two women. Gu Shi aside, he couldn't even detect the cultivation of the girl in pink. It was as if the girl was shrouded by a layer of fog that made it impossible to see her clearly. Right then, Gu Shi's gaze landed on Su Zimo. Pausing for a moment, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Chief Steward. This punk tried to forge a Sky Treasure gold badge but was discovered by us." One of the guards hurried forward and bowed down respectfully, holding up Su Zimo's Sky Treasure gold badge with both hands. Gu Shi smiled and took over the Sky Treasure gold badge casually. She then looked at Su Zimo with a faint smile. "You look decent, but you've got quite the guts. There's nothing more to say about this. According to the rules, kill this person." "Oh." Before Gu Shi could complete her sentence, her expression changed slightly. She raised her brow and brought the Sky Treasure gold badge closer to have a better look. After a moment, Gu Shi raised her head and surveyed Su Zimo with scrutiny. She had a strange expression. "Auntie Gu, what's wrong?" The girl in pink noticed the weird atmosphere and asked softly. Her voice was gentle to the bones and really alluring. Gu Shi glanced sideways and remained silent. However, a voice rang out in the girl in pink's mind, "This badge should be real, but I don't know why it's with this person. Take a look." Only nascent souls could make use of techniques such as voice transmission. The girl in pink took over the badge and was slightly taken aback when she saw the Shui character at the bottom right. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to have thought of something. The corners of her lips curled under the veil and her eyes sparkled. She whispered into Gu Shi's ears, "This badge is authentic. I know who this person is. Auntie Gu, call him over. I have something to discuss with him." Access web novel. Live if you like watching manga, comics. Gu Shi acknowledged and handed the Sky Treasure gold badge back, saying, "The badge is authentic." It's real?" The two guards were stumped on the spot. This was clearly the badge of the great Zhou dynasty's third princess. If it was authentic, what was this person's relationship with the third princess? Stop making wild guesses and don't spout nonsense. As though she could read their minds, Gu Shi remarked coldly. The two guards were rattled and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he put away the Sky Treasure gold badge, he felt a burning gaze on him. Gu Shi and that girl in pink were both watching him. Even though the girl in pink was wearing a veil, Su Zimo could almost see a smile on her face. "Follow me." Suddenly, an unquestionable voice rang in Su Zimo's mind. It was Gu Shi's. Together with the girl in pink, Gu Shi walked towards a side door of the inner house. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before following them. The side door to the inner house was only accessible to the employees. Outsiders could only enter through the main door after displaying their Sky Treasure badge. Now that Su Zimo was following Gu Shi and the girl in pink through the side door, it caused a commotion outside. Who is that green-robed scholar? What rights does he have? Many people were green with envy. Someone coughed gently and tried striding towards the side door as though nothing was wrong. However, he was stopped by the guard. He tried to talk his way out of it but to no avail and could only leave in a huff. Inside the inner house, things were much quieter and there was evidently less people. Gu Shi and the girl in pink walked at the front while Su Zimo followed them. Calm and composed, he did not say anything and merely surveyed the surroundings. The layout of the inner house was like a large funnel, and guests were separated into 3 general regions based on their colors. The seats at the bottom were for the bronze badge owners. It was a cramped place without much room for activity. Above the bronzes were the silver seats, and they were slightly more spacious. Another few levels up and it was at the gold area. Here, the rooms were divided and partitioned. Beautiful gems decorated the rooms, and even though no one from the outside could look in, those within could see everything perfectly clear. Above the gold area was another circle of individual rooms. From the outside, they looked even more spacious and magnificent. Su Zimo wondered who they were made for. On both sides of the entrances of the rooms at the top, beautiful and gorgeous young women stood waiting. Chapter 156, Fiend Sects. Chapter 156, Fiend Sects. Su Zimo followed Gu Shi and the girl in pink up a jade-green staircase to the area where the most spacious rooms were. "Follow me in," Gu Shi looked at Su Zimo and said before entering a room. Maidservants stood on both sides and bowed slightly with a smile. They looked at Su Zimo with respect and envy. In the room, there was a row of seats and a table displaying various alluring fruits that emanated spirit chi. "Sit anywhere you want." The girl in pink told Su Zimo and pointed at the table of fruits. "Even golden cores downstairs are not able to eat these." Su Zimo did not reply and merely nodded his head, remaining somewhat cautious. He had realized early on that the Sky Treasure Gold Badge was the reason why their attitudes towards him were so strange. Previously, Su Zimo had always thought that Ji Yaoshue had given him a very common gold badge. Now, it seemed like things were not so simple. "Hey, what's your name?" The moment Su Zimo sat down, the girl in pink approached him. She asked in a coquettish tone and her eyes appeared watery with ripples in them. Her body was almost plastered entirely onto Su Zimo as the scent of a young girl wafted over. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He leaned back slightly and said in a low voice, "I'm Su Zimo." The moment he said that, he realized that something was amiss. He had blurted out his answer without thinking at all after the girl in pink questioned him. Su Zimo felt a lingering fear in his heart. It felt as though he was not in control of himself and he would tell her anything she wanted to know. What was even more frightening was that the girl exuded an alluring aura. Every frown and smile of hers seemed extremely charming. Even though it was just a casual chat, Su Zimo could already feel himself getting restless and his body was heating up. It was very sinister. Su Zimo gripped his fists tightly as sweat formed on his palms. If the girl was already so powerful with her veil on, what would happen if she were to remove it? He could stay here no longer. Rising, he cupped his fists. "Chief Steward, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Gu Shi did not say anything and merely looked at the both of them silently. "What's the hurry? Aren't you here for the auction? Just sit here and bid then," the girl in pink said. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and moved in front of Su Zimo. Raising her head, she smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Su Zimo was indeed a little afraid, but there was no way he could admit that. "Miss, you must be joking." With an indifferent expression, Su Zimo looked straight and replied calmly, "As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, I am upright and honest. There is nothing to be scared of." Su Zimo mentioned the name of his sect in the hopes of frightening the other party. At the end of the day, Ethereal Peak was one of the 5 major sects within the Great Zhou dynasty. "Wow!" the girl in pink exclaimed and remarked with a look of awe, "Ethereal Peak. That's one of the 5 major sects. How impressive." The corner of Gu Shi's mouth twitched as if she wanted to laugh. But, she held it back. Su Zimo could tell that the girl in pink was obviously being sarcastic. She sounded like she was joking, as if Ethereal Peak was nothing to her. Even though he was embarrassed, it was not appropriate for him to get angry. As such, he could only ask, "How should I address you, miss? What sect are you from?" "Me? I can't tell you that now, hee." The girl in pink laughed and blinked intently. She looked extremely innocent and beautiful, no one could get angry at her expression. "Do you know what's odd about that Sky Treasure gold badge?" the girl in pink suddenly asked. "I don't," Su Zimo shook his head. "Take it out and have a closer look," she continued. Ever since he obtained the Sky Treasure gold badge, Su Zimo had truly not taken a good look at it. Now that he was scrutinizing it, he immediately found something unusual. At the bottom right of the badge etched an exquisite, schwa character. The girl in pink's voice rang out once more, "This is the gold badge of the Great Zhou Dynasty's third princess, also known as the Royal Family Gold Badge. There's less than 10 of this in the entire Great Zhou Dynasty." No wonder. Su Zimo was shocked. Back then, Ji Yaoshua mentioned that everything would be at least 50% cheaper if he were to shop at Sky Treasure Pavilion using this Sky Treasure gold badge. At that time, Su Zimo was surprised and felt that things couldn't possibly be that cheap. So, this badge was meant for the descendants of the Great Zhou Dynasty's royal family. "Hey, what's your relationship with the Great Zhou Dynasty's third princess?" A cunning look flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she asked with a bright smile. Su Zimo shook his head. "Nothing much. We're just ordinary friends." "Who would believe that?" The girl in pink pouted her lips and teased, "Someone the likes of the third princess would give that badge to an ordinary friend?" Su Zimo did not reply. "Hey, Su Zimo. How about doing me a favor?" the girl in pink suddenly said as she rolled her eyes. Su Zimo asked, "What?" "Help me beat up bad guys." The girl in pink raised her fists and said solemnly, "Yes, they are all evil devils. As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, you should take up the responsibility of protecting the way of the Tao by getting rid of the demons." "Nopes," Su Zimo shook his head. He did not care what sort of bad guys those were, he merely wanted to keep his distance from this girl. Beside her, Shi suddenly frowned. Releasing her spirit consciousness, she set up a barrier between her and the girl in pink. "What nonsense is this? Don't tell me you want this lad to accompany you to that?" "Yes." The girl in pink replied nonchalantly. "Don't go." Shi persuaded, "I can't help you there. The fiend heirs of this generation's fiend sects are not kind souls. If you piss them off, they might really kill you." "Tisk." The girl in pink replied disdainfully, "Fiend heirs? So what? I'm a fiend heir too. Who's afraid of whom? If they piss me off, I'll kill them too. Besides, can't you see I'm getting a helper along?" With that, the girl in pink looked at Su Zimo. "Him?" She shook her head and did not continue to speak. However, her tone was clearly filled with disdain. The girl in pink smiled brightly. "I heard from my sister that this Su Zimo is rather decent in melee combat." "That's useless." She shook her head. "This generation's geniuses in the fiend sects are too strong. Putting aside the successor of Overlord Palace, this Su Zimo is nothing compared to the other fiend heirs as well. If he goes there, he'll just be committing suicide. Your sister has a close relationship with him. If he were to die because of you, she's definitely going to blame you. If he were to die, it'll be just nice to let everything end completely." The girl in pink sneered, "At least, my sister won't have to worry about this person from time to time. She even argued with our father a couple of times over this guy. In my opinion, this Su Zimo is nothing much. He looks extremely ordinary. I don't even know what my sister sees in him. Are you decided?" She asked. The girl in pink nodded. However, she rolled her eyes and frowned. "But, if he doesn't want to go, I can't hold a knife to his throat and force him to go." There's always a way, Wuxia said mysteriously. Chapter 157, Faked Composure. Chapter 157, Faked Composure. What are you intending to purchase this time? Removing the sound barrier, Wuxia looked at Su Zimo and smiled. Nothing much. I'm just casually browsing. Even though he did not know what they were talking about, Su Zimo gathered that it must have something to do with him. Naturally, he would not reveal his plans foolishly as well. Wuxia smiled and did not ask further. She changed the topic and said, the auction will start very soon. Why don't you sit here? If you take a liking to anything, I might even be able to help. Despite the disparity in their statuses, Wuxia was extending invitations to him repeatedly. Su Zimo made up his mind and thought, since I'm here, I'll just go along with the flow. It's not as though they will do anything to me either. With that, he sat down comfortably and started eating the fruits on the table as though there was no one else around. Through the crystals in front of him, he could clearly see that the seats outside were already filled. It was extremely lively and hyped. Not long after, the auction officially began after the ring of a bell and the crowd gradually quietened down. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked up to the round platform in the middle and surveyed the surroundings. Before saying anything, he smiled and cupped his fists. I am the manager of Chiyu City Sky Treasure Auction House. Welcome, fellow Taoists. I hope that all of you will be able to return with your hands full today. Hurry and begin. Some of the cultivators were already growing impatient as they yelled. The manager smiled and did not say another word. Waving behind him, a beautiful maidservant who was carrying a tray with both hands shook her hips and walked forward. Unveiling the cloth covering the tray, the manager revealed a flying sword beneath. Its blade was sparkling like limpid autumn waters and there were 3 spirit patterns on it. A superior grade spirit weapon. This is the Autumn Water Sword and it was made by the most famous advanced weapon refinement master in our great Zhou dynasty, Mr. Lien. I'm sure everyone has heard of him so I shall not introduce further. The starting price of this sword will be at 2,000 spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 100. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. The auction started off right away with a superior grade spirit weapon. He wondered what else would appear later on. He also did not know who Mr. Lien was. As if she could see the doubt in Su Zimo's mind, Wuxia said, his name is Lien Feng and he's from the True Fire sect. He became famous after creating a supreme-grade spirit weapon. In the Great Zhou dynasty, advanced weapon refinement masters are considered as rare talents. Out of respect, cultivators who are not familiar with him will refer to him as Mr. Lien. Su Zimo nodded. Many cultivators outside were already starting to bid. In just a short while, the price of the Autumn Water Sword had already increased to 3,000 spirit stones. Su Zimo had not much interest towards spirit weapons. Before long, the Autumn Water Sword was sold at a price of 3,700 spirit stones to a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. The manager was all smiles, seemingly pleased, as he beckoned with his hand for the second item to be brought forth. Unveiling the cloth, there was a jade bottle beneath that should contain some elixirs. This is an inferior grade grade 2 elixir. I'm sure everyone is well familiar with it. I present to you, the Meridian Unlocking Elixir. It will start at 5,000 spirit stones and each bid will be nothing less than 500. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. After foundation establishment cultivators reach the perfected stage, they would have to unlock the 8 meridians. The amazing thing about the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was that a foundation establishment cultivator would have a high chance of unlocking a meridian after consuming it. Of course, the better the quality of the Meridian Unlocking Elixir, the better the chances of unlocking the meridian. Furthermore, the elixir was only effective during the first consumption. Even then, it was quite a fearsome effect. Once a cultivator unlocked 7 meridians and consumed this elixir, they would have a high chance of unlocking all 8. Back in the ancient era, the meridian unlocking elixir was extremely famous. Unfortunately, there were not many left behind and even the recipe had been lost. Su Zimo was a little moved and leaned forward slightly. Gu Shi glanced sideways and noticed Su Zimo's subtle action. If you're interested, you can bid for it from here. The maidservants outside will help you relay the message. That was a privilege unique to rooms of this level. Read comics on our web novel. Live. All the rooms were marked. For example, Su Zimo was in room 1 and there were 10 of such rooms at the top. The area below him where golden cores were at had 90 rooms, those were numbers 11 to 100. In a short period of time, the Meridian unlocking elixir's price was raised by many golden cores to 10,000 spirit stones. And, this was merely an inferior grade Meridian unlocking elixir. Naturally, those golden cores had no use for it themselves, most of them were getting it for their personal disciples. Su Zimo took a deep breath and temporarily gave up the idea of bidding for it. It wasn't because he had insufficient spirit stones, the pill's quality was too lousy for him. In the spirit mine of Linfeng City, Su Zimo had managed to obtain quite a number of middle-grade spirit stones. By now, his storage bag had more than 100,000 spirit stones. Hey, are you feeling shy? The girl in pink blinked and whispered, if you like anything, I can help you. Hee hee. It's fine, I have the ability to purchase it myself. Su Zimo rejected her indifferently. A look of shock flickered through the girl in pink's eyes as she laughed and asked, I couldn't tell at all. To think that an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like yourself actually has the ability to purchase those items. Pausing for a moment, the girl in pink rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, do you know what spirit stones they are using to bid? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he realized that he had miscalculated something. There was no mention that the bidding in the inner house was done with inferior, middle or superior grade spirit stones. However, he had subconsciously thought that the bids were done with middle grade spirit stones. The difference in price between spirit stones of different grades was immense. Normally 100 inferior grade spirit stones was equivalent to a single middle grade spirit stone. 100 middle grade spirit stones was equivalent to a superior grade spirit stone. Of course, there were supreme grade spirit stones above superior grades. If the bids earlier were referring to superior grade spirit stones, Su Zimo's 100,000 odd middle grade spirit stones would only be equivalent to around 1,000 or so superior grade spirit stones. He couldn't buy anything at all. Gu Shi commented at the side, anyone who's been to the Sky Treasure auction house will know that bids in the inner house are made with superior grade spirit stones. If supreme grade spirit stones are to be used, they would be mentioned explicitly. Su Zimo nodded. He looked calm and composed, pretending that he had known about it all along. However, he complained secretly in his heart, this is awkward now. To normal people, Su Zimo's composure may have been able to fool them. However, he could not hide from Gu Shi and the girl in pink. What sort of cultivation did Gu Shi have? A single look was enough for her to read through Su Zimo's lies as she smiled faintly. The girl in pink looked at Su Zimo with narrowed eyes. However, she did not expose him as well and merely smiled foolishly. Suddenly, the girl in pink felt that this green-robed scholar was rather interesting. Under the girl in pink's watch, Su Zimo could barely hold it in anymore. Even if I continue staying here, I can't buy anything. I might as well leave earlier. At that thought, Su Zimo stood up. Right as he was about to bid farewell, an item was brought forth in the auction that attracted his attention. Chapter 158, Ancient Tempering Book. Chapter 158, Ancient Tempering Book. Next, this is a tempering technique for weapon refinement that was produced by an advanced weapon refinement master. 1,000 years ago, this person was extremely famous in the cultivation world of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, it was a pity that he had not managed to advance to nascent soul realm and died in the end. Although, it was quite a good ending for his life. The manager beat around the bust before saying slowly, "That person is none other than Mr. Su Zhan. It's him. That person is incredible. I heard that at his peak, he created dozens of supreme-grade spirit weapons. It was said that he even created a perfect spirit weapon. He's quite amazing, and many golden cores wished that they could obtain a spirit weapon from him. Many of the Foundation establishment cultivators present have not heard of that person." However, there was a commotion from the golden core rooms. Unveiling the cloth from the tray, the manager revealed a thin book that looked a little old with yellowed pages. The manager said in a dark voice, "This is Mr. Su's handbook. The starting price is at 100,000 spirit stones, and every single bid must be no less than 1,000. Su Zimo looked at that book. His gaze was burning hot, but his heart was ice cold. That ancient book was exactly what he needed and also the purpose of his trip. However, he could not afford it at all. That was not mentioning the fact that the starting price was at 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Even if it was at 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, Su Zimo wouldn't be able to afford it after a couple rounds of bidding. Indeed, in just a short while, the price of that ancient book rose steadily and was close to 200,000. There were only a couple of people bidding. For ordinary cultivators, this ancient book could be worth nothing. However, it was a priceless treasure for weapon refinement masters. Even if the bidding was not a weapon refinement master, they must definitely have tons of relationship with weapon refinement. Right then, a voice sounded from room 77, 250,000. Su Zimo's eyes flickered and his heart skipped a beat. That voice sounded a little familiar. It sounded like the disheveled old man. Su Zimo was not absolutely certain since it was just a voice and he hadn't seen the other party. However, it was indeed true that he hardly saw the disheveled old man around the sect these days too. Gasps could be heard from the inner house. Previously, it was at 200,000, but now, it suddenly rose to 250,000. A jump of 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones was no small sum. The few rooms that had been bidding earlier instantly fell silent. Foo-foo. The manager smiled. The customer of room 77 sure is generous. Of course, that's also proof of this ancient book's value. 250,000, any higher bidders? As the manager of Sky Treasure Auction House, he naturally did not want the price to stay here. His statement was also casually reminding the other customers. After a momentary silence, a voice rang out from one of the rooms that was bidding earlier, 251,000. 300,000. Immediately after that, room 77 raised the price to 300,000 before the manager even spoke. This time round, the entire place was stunned. Could that person from room 77 be part of the auction house's staff? That's hard to say given how he just keeps raising the price. There was a commotion in the seats. After a long time, no one else raised the bid and the manager could only smile. Are there no higher bidders? In reality, 300,000 superior-grade spirit stones was more than enough and was almost the limit of how much that ancient book was worth. It would be inappropriate to raise the price any higher. The manager did not bear much hopes and merely declared loudly, 300,000 once. 300,000 twice. 300,000. 310,000. Suddenly, a dark voice sounded from room 80. When he heard that, the manager was delighted. Room 80 has raised the bid to 310,000. Are there any further bids? Even though he said that, his gaze was fixated on room 77. A short silence later, room 77 raised the price once more. 320,000. This time round, the cultivator of room 77 was clearly much more cautious, as though anything more than 300,000 was about his limit. 330,000. The cultivator in room 80 raised the price without hesitation. Gradually, the cultivator of room 77 became more hesitant. Each time, he would only raise the price after thinking for a long time. In that period of time, the price of the ancient book was pushed up constantly by the two rooms and was now at 400,000. In truth, the actual value of that ancient book was only around 300,000. However, the value of that item was in how priceless it was. Tempering techniques were mostly kept secret and were difficult to purchase. It was now time for the cultivator in room 77 to speak. After a long time, there was no sound. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, an arrogant laughter burst forth from room 80 as a golden core in red robes strode out. With a dark gaze, he looked at room 77 and scoffed coldly, "Old man, stop holding on if you can't. Even if this ancient book is given to Ethereal Peak, no one will be able to understand it." Upon hearing that, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. Indeed, the door of room 77 was slammed open with a loud bang. An old man with long, white hair and unshaved sideburns came out in a huff. He glared at the red-robed man and asked loudly, "Sima Ji. Are you going against me on purpose? True Fire Sect has no lack of such tempering techniques. What are you fighting with me for?" "Because I like it." Sima Ji smiled smugly. "You." The disheveled old man was at a loss for words. Sima Ji continued leisurely, "Old man, we're talking about 400,000 spirit stones here. Can you afford it? Look at how poor you are. Fufu, you might have to sell everything you have, right?" The disheveled old man's face turned steely green. It was as Sima Ji had said. He only had slightly more than 300,000 superior-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, and even that was pooled together with the other 4 peak masters. It truly meant that he was placing all his net worth and valuables to call for that 400,000. He was determined to get that ancient book. However, it was not for himself, it was for his disciple, Su Zimo. Ever since the 5 Peaks face-off, the disheveled old man had been adventuring outside. He wandered through various auction houses in hopes of purchasing a tempering technique. Su Zimo had long been able to create inferior-grade spirit weapons. However, he was stuck at the step of tempering. Even though the disheveled old man said nothing, he was anxious. He felt that he was letting down Su Zimo's talent in weapon refinement. Therefore, the disheveled old man would naturally not give up on a rare opportunity to get this ancient book on weapon tempering. However, he did not expect True Fire Sect Sima Ji to be here. True Fire Sect was the strongest in the 5 major sects in terms of weapon and elixir refinement. They had no lack of weapon tempering techniques as such. The reason why Sima Ji was bidding relentlessly was because he did not want the disheveled old man to get his hands on that ancient book. "Old man, am I right?" Sima Ji laughed. "Go on back and don't come out to embarrass yourself." Many cultivators in the inner house were watching and making gossips. Even though the disheveled old man looked terrible and was trembling from head to toe, he could not refute. In room 1, Su Zimo suddenly stood up and looked at Gu Shi. "Chief Steward, can you lend me some spirit stones?" "What's there to lend? If you want that ancient book, just bid for it directly." Gu Shi seemed to have expected this. She merely smiled faintly and crossed her arms, replying casually. Chapter 159, Auction. Chapter 159, Auction. However, Gu Shi changed the topic and pointed to the girl in pink. "You've got to accompany her to a place and ensure her safety." By now, the price of the ancient tempering book was at 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones. What Gu Shi said was equivalent to giving away 400,000 or more superior-grade spirit stones. The immensity of the favor was unimaginable. At the same time, the place that Gu Shi referred to was definitely not a good place. I'm only an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Why me? This lady's strength is probably even above mine, right? Su Zimo asked after pondering for a moment. Gu Shi did not reply and asked instead, I heard you are good in melee combat? Su Zimo frowned. There were not many people who knew that he was strong in melee combat. He wondered how Gu Shi got wind of that information. Su Zimo turned his gaze to the girl in pink. Wearing a veil, she smiled through her eyes and he could not read her expression. Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo nodded. I'm alright at it. Gu Shi smiled. That place is a little special. You'll know when you get there. Su Zimo did not agree to it and Gu Shi did not continue, evidently not willing to reveal more. Actually, even if Gu Shi said nothing, Su Zimo had already realized that it was an extremely dangerous trip. 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones was more than enough to buy off the lives of 40 foundation establishment cultivators. After silent consideration, Su Zimo nodded. Alright, I agree to it. Bravo. Gu Shi clapped gently and praised. Glancing sideways, she transmitted her voice. A maidservant at the side came before Su Zimo with a smile. Fellow Daoist Su, if you wish to raise the price, just let me know. I'll convey the message for you. This was a privilege only accorded to the 10 rooms at the top. That way, the customer's voice would not be revealed and would not attract unnecessary trouble. One of the greatest worries in an auction house for cultivators was for their identities to be exposed, attracting the attention of others. A person's talents would arouse the envy of others, that was the logic behind it. Within the inner house, many people were privately discussing the confrontation between Sima Ji and the disheveled old man. Ethereal peaks really lost their pride now. Despite being mocked so badly by others, they have no way to fight back at all. But, it's strange as well. Ethereal Peak has always been lacking in terms of weapon and elixir refinement. Why are they suddenly trying to purchase a secret manual on weapon refinement? The manager was naturally delighted at the 2 golden cores fighting. He smiled and declared loudly, fellow Daoist Sima from True Fire Sect has raised the bid to 400,000 spirit stones. I wonder if our fellow Daoist from Ethereal Peak wishes to raise it further? Old man, go ahead and raise it. Sima Ji burst out in laughter. If you raise it to 410,000, I'll go to 420,000. Let's see who loses first. The disheveled old man's expression turned uglier as he tried to repress the anger in his chest. A moment later, he said slowly, Sima Ji, don't be smug. The road ahead is long. With that, the disheveled old man flicked his sleeves and left. 410,000. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from the top of the inner house. Everyone looked towards the voice only to see a maidservant standing in front of room 1 right at the top. Smiling, she was the one who reported the figure. All the seated cultivators were stunned. They were not the only ones, even the manager froze on the spot in confusion. Others may not know about it, but he knew who was in room 1 today, that was the chief steward of their Sky Treasure auction house. Why is that big shot involved as well? The manager was a little perplexed. Stopping in his tracks, the disheveled old man turned back and looked at Sima Ji with a mocking gaze. Someone appeared to raise the price right after Sima Ji made his grand announcement and bragged. It was clear that the other party was at odds with him. Of course, neither Sima Ji nor the disheveled old man knew who was inside room 1. After all, the maidservant was only a messenger. The manager froze for a moment before coughing gently. The customer of room 1 has raised the bid to 410,000. Sima Ji frowned and looked at room 1 for a long time before saying slowly, 420,000. The maidservant in front of room 1 turned slightly and listened for a moment. She turned around and shouted, 430,000. Sima Ji looked hesitant. Anyone who could enter the 10 rooms above must either be extremely powerful or of high status. Otherwise, they would have to spend a lot of spirit stones. Sima Ji knew nothing about the other party's identity, strength or sect. Because of that, he felt a little worried. Crossing his arms, the disheveled old man asked at the side, Sima Ji, what's wrong? Why aren't you raising the bid anymore? Suddenly, Sima Ji laughed and shook his head. I don't want it anymore. We have many of such ancient books in True Fire sect anyways. I only raised the bid just so that you can't get your hands on it. You sure are shameless. The disheveled old man cursed coldly. Sima Ji chuckled. Shameless? I just don't want to let a pearl be covered in dust. No one in Ethereal Peak can understand an ancient book as such anyways. Huh. After laughing, Sima Ji cupped his fists in the direction of room 1 and said loudly, since this fellow Taoist has taken a liking to this ancient book, I can only give it up. The manager wiped away his cold sweat secretly and declared, congratulations to the customer in room 1 for obtaining this ancient book at 430,000. Right then, the maidservant in front of room 1 turned away once more. Many cultivators realized that the person inside had more to say. After a moment, the maidservant turned back and said, please give that ancient book as a gift for this fellow Taoist of room 77 from Ethereal Peak. Gift. The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Sima Ji was a little confused. The disheveled old man was equally perplexed. He turned back and looked at his room. It was indeed room 77. Who was this person who had given him such a huge gift? The first reaction of many cultivators was that the customer in room 1 was joking. However, the manager knew what sort of a person the chief steward of the Sky Treasure Auction House was. Even though she was a woman, she was not someone who would go back on her words and make a joke as such. He wrapped the ancient book immediately and came towards the entrance of room 77 personally. Under everyone's gaze, the manager passed the ancient book to the disheveled old man. It was only then that everyone finally realized what was going on and their expressions changed. Sima Ji's expression darkened immediately. It did not matter who the other party was, they were clearly pitting themselves against him. However, Sima Ji could not understand what kind of status the other party had. It was too much for them to give away a gift of more than 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones just like that. Fellow Taoist, what's the meaning of this? Are you pitting yourself against the True Fire sect intentionally? Instantly, Sima Ji brought out the name of his sect. Because I like it. The maidservant shook her head and pretended to be smug. It was a familiar sentence, Sima Ji had said that to the disheveled old man. Now, it was sent right back to him. Actually, that maidservant was only around 13 years old. She wasn't tall and looked charmingly naive. With a pair of big, clear eyes, her voice was crisp. The fact that she mimicked Sima Ji's tone in saying that sentence was extremely interesting. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. Chapter 160, 7 Fiend Sects. Chapter 160, 7 Fiend Sects. Catharsis. The disheveled old man's first reaction was catharsis. When he saw how Sima Ji looked as though he had just been fed shit, the disheveled old man felt an indescribable joy and could not help but laugh along with the crowd. With a darkened gaze, Sima Ji glared at room 1 with an icy stare. He grit his teeth in hatred and could only feel his cheeks burning from the surrounding laughter. This act by the other party was no different from slapping him on the face. Foo-foo. A moment later, Sima Ji suddenly laughed and asked with raised brow, fellow Taoist, what sect are you from? I'm keen to befriend you. Could you be kind enough to show yourself? Even though Sima Ji sounded polite, everyone could hear the resentment in his voice. Once the both of them met, the feud would be formed. No. The maidservant heard the transmission from within and rejected decisively. When Sima Ji saw that the other party refused to appear, he no longer had any qualms. He guessed that the other party must be fearful of him or his backing from True Fire sect. His question earlier was merely to test the other party out. If the other party showed themselves and they were of a reputable status, Sima Ji would merely mock himself and admit defeat without losing anything. If the other party showed themselves and they were of a common status, Sima Ji would be able to remember who was the one who caused him to lose today. But, if they didn't show themselves? Humph. He snorted coldly and said in a sinister manner, "Fellow Taoist, you don't know what's good for you. Do you think that I won't be able to discover your identity just because you're hiding inside? If I find out who you are, I'll..." Sima Ji, this inner house is not a place for you to act wildly. Before Sima Ji could finish, he was interrupted by a loud shout. Everyone turned to the direction of the voice. Not far away, the manager of the Sky Treasure auction house was no longer smiling. He had a fierce expression and was clearly glaring at Sima Ji with a warning look. Zhou Rui, the manager of Sky Treasure auction house, was always known to be smiling. However, he was also a golden core and was not to be underestimated. Moreover, as a businessman, no one had seen Zhou Rui lose his temper all these years. Everyone was shocked by this scene. "Manager Zhou, you..." Sima Ji was a little stunned. "Sima Ji, if you dare to create trouble at my Sky Treasure auction house, even True Fire sect won't be able to protect you." Manager Zhou interrupted Sima Ji and declared again. Immediately, Sima Ji shut up. However, he felt extremely terrible within. In truth, Zhou Rui did not know that Su Zimo was in room 1, nor did he know that it was the latter's idea to give away the ancient book as a gift. He thought that everything was the intention of Chief Steward Gu Shi. Now that Sima Ji was acting so brazenly to even dare threaten Gu Shi, Zhou Rui saw it as a perfect opportunity to curry favor with the Chief Steward and would naturally not let it go. His attitude had changed so quickly that everyone was caught off guard. Sima Ji was at a loss for words and his face turned red. No longer able to stay at this place, he left in a huff. Zhou Rui watched him leave before smiling once again. He bowed in a circle. "Let the auction continue, ha." The disheveled old man held on to the ancient book and looked up at room 1 in confusion. He decided to return to his room first and clarify things with them after the auction was over. 430,000 superior grade spirit stones. If he did not clarify things for such a grand gift, the disheveled old man would feel uneasy. Room 1. Gu Shi watched everything unfold from the sides and was amused. Even though this green-robed man looked to be pretty mature, he had a childish side to him. Just like that, he gave away something worth more than 400,000 superior grade spirit stones. Even if they were both from Ethereal Peak, that was still an extremely huge gift. In truth, to Su Zimo, it made no difference whether that ancient book was given to him or the disheveled old man. He was absolutely certain that the disheveled old man wanted to purchase that book because of him. Furthermore, the choice to give away the book helped the disheveled old man vent his anger, that was more important to Su Zimo. For the past 2 years, the disheveled old man had treated him well like family. Su Zimo could not bear to see him get bullied. "Aren't we meeting him later?" Gu Shi asked. "No." Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before shaking his head eventually. It wasn't a big deal to meet the disheveled old man, but things weren't easy to explain. If so, it was better not to meet him. "Alright, you can leave first. I'll look for you in 3 days." Under the lead of a maidservant, Su Zimo left through the back door of room 1. Downstairs, he was arranged to a relatively quiet room for the time being. Yao Yan, no one knows what's going on in that place exactly. Furthermore, I heard that Fiend heirs of the 6 sects have brought people over. Are you sure you want to get involved in such a complicated situation? After Su Zimo left, Gushi looked at the girl in pink sternly and asked. Hee hee. The girl in pink laughed. Auntie Gu, don't worry. I'll definitely be fine. Furthermore, how can I miss such a grand gathering with Fiend heirs of the 6 sects gathered? You're different from them. Gushi shook her head. Of the 7 Fiend sects, only the Pure Maiden sect has a singular heir. Furthermore, you don't have a reliable helper. This trip is way too dangerous. Are you really counting on that Su Zimo? It's fine. The girl in pink waved it off. Before this, I've already selected a couple of people carefully and they're all stronger than Su Zimo. He's just there to make up the numbers. Besides, I'm the pure maiden of this generation's Fiend sections. If things go bad, I can stop in time and the Fiend heirs of the other 6 sects won't dare to lay a hand on me. After pondering for a moment, the girl in pink added. Yes, that's true as well, Gushi nodded. She contemplated for a while. But if that happens, the few people you take along with you might not survive. If they die, so be it. The girl in pink scoffed coldly, they are just hypocrites. Even though they seem righteous on the surface, their hearts are dirtier than anyone else. Is Su Zimo like that too? Gushi asked with a fake smile. Him? The girl in pink hesitated before shaking her head. Indeed, he's different from them. His gaze is clear and there's no malice in the way he looks at me. The both of them continued chatting for a while and the auction ended. There was a knock on the door outside. A maidservant pushed the door and entered. Manager Zhou is here with Room 77's golden core from Ethereal Peak. He wants to express his thanks personally. Not meeting. Gushi waved it off. This was a favor for Su Zimo, so naturally, she would not meet the disheveled old man. Gushi left with the girl in pink from the back. The disheveled old man was even more surprised when he did not manage to meet anyone. He thought for a long time to no avail before finally leaving the Sky Treasure auction house filled with doubts. Instantly, he headed straight back to Ethereal Peak, intending to pass the ancient book to Su Zimo right away. Chapter 161, Inheritance Ground. Chapter 161, Inheritance Ground. 3 days later, nighttime. A room appeared dark and quiet, as if it was empty. Swoosh. 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 Not long after, the sound of swords tearing through the air echoed from outside, accompanied by clothes fluttering. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before the entrance. 2 beams of divine light illuminated momentarily in the darkness. It was a pair of eyes, bright and clear. Even though it was pitch black in the room, it was like daylight to Su Zimo. Before anyone could call for him, Su Zimo opened the door and walked out. There were 6 cultivators outside. Other than the girl in pink whom Su Zimo had seen before, the rest were all foreign to him and they were all males. Of the 5 male cultivators, 4 of them had an extremely obvious sect emblem etched on their sleeves. It was one of the 5 major sects, Southern Mountain Sect. The other person seemed to be an itinerant cultivator. His lips were thin and he had a crooked nose, looking at the girl in pink with a somewhat malicious and fervent gaze. A thin layer of spirit energy veiled Su Zimo's eyes as he channeled the spirit-peering art. 5 perfected foundation establishments? Su Zimo frowned in silence. He had previously guessed that the girl in pink would look for other helpers. However, he had not expected her to look for 5 perfected foundation establishment cultivators. This revealed a very important piece of information. The place they were headed for most likely had a restriction in cultivation realm. Any cultivators who had formed a core were unable to enter it. Su Zimo had read about some of such places through the ancient texts in Ethereal Peak. In Tianhuang mainland, some ancestral cave abodes, inheritance grounds, primordial or ancient secret grounds and ruins would contain various restrictions. Among them, restriction of one's cultivation realm was the most common. Some of the cave abodes and ruins may even contain multiple restrictions and were filled with traps. Any slight misstep could result in one's death. But of course, huge opportunities often accompanied such grave dangers. In those secret grounds, unimaginable opportunities awaited. As long as anyone could obtain one of them, they could soar through the skies and transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. In addition, even though those 5 male cultivators were at perfected foundation establishment, the spirit-peering art could not read how many meridians they had unlocked. One would only truly know the true strength of their opponents when they truly unleashed their cultivations. That was because when they channel spirit energy, the unlocked meridians would appear on the surface of the cultivator's body. Crystal clear and flawless, they were extremely prominent. Let me introduce you. This is Su Zimo from Ethereal Peak. The girl in pink was still wearing a veil. Her voice was sweet and tender, making one go limp at the sound of it. Here I was, wondering what sort of character this was for us to pay a visit personally. A cultivator from Southern Mountains sect suddenly remarked coldly, "Fufu, so it's just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator." Su Zimo raised his brow. On the surface, that person's cultivation realm was higher than his. However, they were merely less than 5 steps away. For Su Zimo, that distance was almost an instant kill. If they were to fight, that person would definitely die. Even though Southern Mountains sect was known for their body-tempering techniques, Su Zimo had yet to meet a match in terms of melee combat. "Yenner, it's enough for the few of us to accompany you. Why do you bother bringing a burden along?" Another person said confidently without even looking at Su Zimo. "That's right." Another 2 cultivators chimed in from the sides, as though they could not wait to make themselves look better in front of the girl in pink. The itinerant cultivator was the only one who did not speak. However, the way he looked at Su Zimo was filled with disdain as well. Disgusted, Su Zimo commented indifferently, "Since I'm not welcome, I can leave. Everyone, please stop arguing." The girl in pink pouted coquettishly and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Every single frown and smile of the girl in pink contained a mystifying power that could stir the hearts of people, or even steal their souls. Not to mention the 5 cultivators present, even Su Zimo, who had been wary of the girl in pink from the start, felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing her coquettish voice. She continued, "These 4 fellow Taoists are from Southern Mountains sect. This fellow Taoist is Yan Fei, he's an itinerant cultivator. Can everyone give me some face and not quarrel tonight?" Even though the girl in pink was wearing a veil, Su Zimo could seemingly see an innocent and beautiful girl pouting her red lips and blinking her big, clear eyes at him while begging. No one could bear to reject her. "All right." Su Zimo nearly blurted out, but his heart skipped a beat and he forcefully held back. "All right. Yenner, don't worry. We won't hold it against an early-stage foundation establishment." "That's right, Yenner." The 5 cultivators were in a daze as they answered in unison. The girl in pink looked like the weakest in the group, but in fact, she was the one who caused and eased every conflict since she had appeared. Every single move of hers seemed to be able to affect everyone. It was an indescribable magic that seemed to be able to charm all beings and control everything. Just a moment ago, the eyes of the girl in pink swept past the 6 of them. However, each of them felt like she was looking and pleading at them personally. What sort of a technique is this? Su Zimo was secretly shocked. It seemed like a charm, but yet it wasn't entirely one. She was dressed normally without revealing too much, nor did she do any daring and provocative moves. All in all, she looked like an innocent and romantic girl. However, the more that was the case, the more it proved how powerful she was. Su Zimo could vaguely sense that all 5 Foundation establishment cultivators the girl in pink brought along were lost in her charms. If she wanted to have them dig out their hearts, they would most likely do so without any hesitation. That was quite a chilling thought. Su Zimo had nearly lost himself earlier on as well. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but feel fearful. You haven't told me what this trip is for? Where are we headed for later? Is there anything we need to prepare and take note of? Su Zimo frowned and asked. Why are you asking so many questions? That's right. Yenner can have us do anything. If you're afraid, you don't have to go. The few Foundation establishment cultivators rebutted right away. Smiling, the girl in pink rolled her eyes at Su Zimo. My. You've got so many questions. The place we're going is an inheritance ground of my sect. Initially, I wanted to head there to receive my inheritance secretly. But unfortunately, the location of the inheritance ground has been exposed and many Fiend sects are attracted to it. Sigh. The girl in pink sighed. I'm weak and no match for those cultivators of the Fiend sects. Tonight, I can only rely on some fellow Taoists to ensure my safety so that I can obtain the inheritance within. Don't worry, Yenner. With me, Wu Xiangming, around, no one will be able to hurt you. That's right. I, Sure Yucheng, will definitely accompany you to the end till you obtain your inheritance, Yenner. Su Zimo could hear the many loopholes and inconsistencies in the girl in pink story. However, the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators bought it completely. Chapter 162, Deep Underground. Chapter 162, Deep Underground. Let's go. We won't be able to make it in a while. The girl in pink dug out a spirit vessel from her storage bag and injected it with spirit chi. Instantly, the ship emitted 2 beams of light. It was a middle-grade spirit weapon. Even though flying swords and spirit vessels were both spirit weapons, flying swords were the easiest to refine. Comparatively, spirit vessels were much more complex. Since the girl in pink whisked out a middle-grade spirit weapon right from the start, her cultivation definitely wouldn't be too low. With the augmentation of the spirit chi, the spirit vessel expanded rapidly and floated in front of them. The girl in pink was the first to leap in, followed by the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators of Southern Mountains sect and the itinerant cultivator. Hesitating slightly, Su Zimo was the last to board the vessel. The spirit vessel disappeared from where it was into the depths of the night. Before long, it left Chiyu City and sped towards the north without showing any signs of stopping. The sky was sparse and the night was quiet. However, Su Zimo was far from at peace. He had the feeling that this trip was far from simple. In fact, they might even meet with unprecedented danger. May I know what sect you're from, miss? On the spirit vessel, Su Zimo asked in a seemingly casual manner. Why? The girl in pink smiled and quipped, why are you suddenly so concerned about me? Nothing. I was just curious to see if I've heard of it before. My sect is definitely not any weaker than Ethereal Peak. Do you want to make a guess? The girl in pink's reply easily avoided the question. Naturally, Su Zimo was not foolish enough to make blind guesses. Even if he could guess correctly, the eccentric girl in pink may not admit to it. The entire journey was silent. Nearing midnight, the skies around them became darker. Suddenly, the girl in pink said, let's alight here and walk the rest of the way. The other 5 people did not have any objections. Su Zimo did not say anything as well, merely following them and surveying his surroundings for any activity. After walking a few miles, a barren and dilapidated land suddenly appeared before them. The moment Su Zimo stepped foot into the place, he felt something strange. The spirit energy in his dantian seemed like it was restrained by a mysterious power, preventing him from using it here. What's going on? Su Zimo was secretly shocked and instinctively looked towards the girl in pink. Right then, as though she felt something, the girl in pink suddenly turned back and said with a strange glint in her eyes, "There's an ancient spirit lock formation beneath this inheritance ground. Any form of spirit energy will be locked at this place. That means to say, all spirit arts are rendered useless at this place alongside talismans and spirit weapons." Su Zimo was enlightened. That was why Gushi asked him about his melee combat skills. Within the perimeter of the ancient spirit lock formation, it was useless even if one had all 8 meridians unlocked. Physical strength was what mattered. Boom! Suddenly, a boom echoed out from beneath and the ground shook. Everyone's expressions changed as they hurriedly stabilized themselves. Crack! 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 Right after, gigantic cracks appeared on the surface. It was deep and dark within, emitting a faint black fog. Under the musk of the night, it looked extremely sinister and creepy. There was even a faint smell of blood mixed in the black fog. If someone were to stand in the air and look down, they would be able to see an inexplicable horror. The outline of the inheritance ground was like a gigantic body with all limbs and its head intact. In fact, 2 eerie beams of light shone vaguely from the region where the head was supposed to be, as if those were someone's eyes. The large cracks intertwined within that outline like massive blood vessels, finally gathered at the heart of the body. It was as though a powerful life form was awakening deep underground, emanating a terrifying aura that left one trembling. Yenner, this doesn't seem like a good place beneath. Is your sect's inheritance really here? The Southern Mountains sect whose name was Wu Xiangming asked with a quivering voice. Yes, it's right here, the girl in pink replied with a smile, not afraid in the slightest bit. Wu Xiangming forced out a chuckle. Why don't we leave for now? I think that there's something wrong with this place. It doesn't seem right. At that moment, he seemed to have broken free from the girl in pink's bewitchment and gained a momentary clarity of mind stemming from his deep fear of death. The girl in pink's eyes dimmed. Lowering her head, she asked dejectedly, "Brother Wu, aren't you going to help me anymore?" Wu Xiangming sank right in once more. How could that be? He puffed his chest and replied righteously. Everyone else chimed in, "Yenner, don't worry. You've still got us." Su Zimo watched the entire process without saying a word. Of the 7 people present, he was the calmest person apart from the girl in pink. It wasn't because Su Zimo was confident and daring that he did not fear the weird phenomenons at the inheritance ground. Su Zimo had a clearer understanding of things because he was watching coldly from the sidelines. He was very particular about where he stood. Even though it seemed like he was moving along casually, he was never more than 5 steps away from the girl in pink. If anything were to happen, Su Zimo had confidence that he would be able to capture the girl in pink right away. As though she had realized something, the girl in pink suddenly turned to Su Zimo and commented with a fake smile, "Brother Zimo, you're so close to me." Su Zimo smiled and did not reply. The girl in pink continued, "Let's head down from here. We might encounter danger down there, so be careful everyone." With that, the girl in pink was the first to jump through a pitch-black crack. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze. In a flash, he followed closely behind and was the second to jump. With their spirit energy restricted, none of them were able to fly. As he did not know how deep the crack was, Su Zimo pushed his palms against the walls after jumping down to try and control his speed of fall with the use of friction. At the same time, he looked towards the girl in pink. She was extremely agile and tapped against the walls lightly with her feet constantly, as though she was a fairy dancing off the edge of a cliff. In the blink of an eye, the girl in pink and Su Zimo landed one after another. Right on the heels of them was the 4 foundation establishment cultivators of Southern Mountains sect and that itinerant cultivator. All 5 of them were body-tempering cultivators with extraordinary physique. As such, none of them met with any injuries. In that crack, there were only two paths front and back. The girl in pink hesitated slightly before pointing in a direction and walking in front of everyone. Before long, a fork appeared in the road ahead. This was the intersection of two cracks. In the middle of the intersection laid a corpse. Its eyes were widened and it had a blood-red sword scar at its glabella. Since it was still dripping with warm blood, it was clear that the person had not died for long. Chapter 163, Thousand-Faced Assassin. Chapter 163, Thousand-Faced Assassin. When she saw the corpse that still had a trace of warmth to it, the girl in pink's expression remained unchanged even though a strange glint flickered in her gaze. The four Southern Mountains sect cultivators were tense and gripped their weapons tightly. As body-tempering cultivators, they would naturally carry melee combat weapons with them, similar to the likes of Su Zimo's Cold Moon Saber and Little Fatty's gigantic axe. Of the four Southern Mountains sect cultivators, 3 of them held swords while the other one wielded a hook. The itinerant cultivator, Yen Fei, was bare-handed. However, his sleeves were wide as if he had tricks hidden in them. With a glance, Su Zimo could vaguely guess that Yen Fei's weapon should be a pair of arm guards. It was a well-hidden, short and fierce type of weapon that could be used both defensively and offensively. It was equivalent to him fighting with his arms, except that it was invincible and indestructible. It was obvious that this underground place was far from friendly. Other than the fact that they were charmed to their toes by the girl in pink, the reason why the 5 of them were willing to follow along was because they were truly capable. After all, there was an ancient spirit lock formation here. Even if a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator with 8 meridians unlocked her to come here, they might die in regret if they were weak in melee combat. At the fork, the 5 men protected the girl in pink in the middle and surveyed the surroundings. It was only after they confirmed that there was no danger that they continued forth. Su Zimo hung around at the back, not too far, not too near. Pausing beside the corpse at the fork, he glanced sideways. The person's eyes were widened and filled with confusion. It was as though he didn't know how he had died. The sword scar at the glabella was thin and it was clear that the assailant was extremely swift, such that this man was killed without even having time to react. Su Zimo continued to follow the girl in pink and the others in front. Before long, they came across 2 more corpses lying diagonally on the ground that looked identical to the one before. Those 2 corpses did not have their storage bags either. Wu Xiangming and the rest swept their gazes and tried to protect the girl in pink as she walked past the 2 corpses. All of a sudden, Su Zimo felt a strong palpitating sensation as though his scalp was going numb. The feeling came extremely suddenly without any warning at all. Even though he did not sense any danger, Su Zimo subconsciously shouted softly, "Stop." Upon hearing Su Zimo's voice, the girl in pink seemed to have thought of something as she stopped in her tracks. Bursting from her legs, she leaped backwards in a flash. Wu Xiangming and the rest were momentarily stunned. Right then, a corpse lying diagonally to the side suddenly moved its pupils in a sinister manner. It stood up and pulled an extremely thin sword out of nowhere, dashing forth and stabbing twice. Poof! Poof! A sword beam flashed, followed by 2 crisp sounds. Su Zimo was stunned. The corpse had attacked too quickly. If he was in another position and did not have spirit perception, he would not have been able to dodge those 2 attacks either. 2 Southern Mountains sect cultivators had their back facing Su Zimo. Even though he could not see their expressions, he could feel their bodies turning stiff as they fell front, no longer breathing. Even though the corpse had killed 2 men, it did not stop at all. Tapping its feet lightly, it sped in front and moved like a ghost, flickering and disappearing into the darkness. Swish! Swish! At the same time, 2 black beams of light pierced through the darkness and chased after the black shadow, letting out a whimper and disappearing. Not far away, Su Zimo wielded his sanguine crystal bow and shot out 2 arrows. It was a pity that the corpse had escaped first and those 2 arrows weren't able to hurt it given its beguiling movements. Clang! Clang! Soon after, 2 crisp sounds could be heard from the darkness ahead. True enough. The 2 arrows missed, the sounds came from them striking the walls. Standing beside Su Zimo, the girl in pink had a strange glow in her eyes. Of the people present, she was the only one who knew the identity of that corpse. On the surface, that corpse did not have any loopholes. It was identical to the previous corpse they had encountered, right down to the scar that flowed with warm blood. However, the girl in pink had not expected that the young man with delicate features would be the first to realize that it was a disguise. The corpse that had just escaped was the most cold-blooded killer within the Fiend sects, the true assassin. No one within the Fiend sects had seen the true face of the corpse. He could be a corpse, or an elderly man with long, white hair. He could also be an innocent and naive child or even, a woman. Rather, no one knew whether he was a man or a woman. Those of the Fiend sects referred to him as the thousand-faced assassin. The girl in pink only knew that this person was a Fiend heir from this generation's hidden death sect. With talent comparable to powerhouses of ancient Fiend sects, he was regarded as the strongest Fiend heir of hidden death sect. Both the girl in pink's pure maiden sect and the thousand-faced assassin's hidden death sect were part of the 7 Fiend sections. The moment Su Zimo issued the warning, the girl in pink was reminded of that terrifying figure and retreated right away. However, what surprised the girl in pink was that the thousand-faced assassin chose to retreat after killing 2 people. This meant that there was someone among them that made the thousand-faced assassin feel threatened, so he did not continue to take the risk. Within the same level, the thousand-faced assassin had killed countless of geniuses and without failing once. His remarkable track record rendered many demon cultivators speechless. On the one hand, it was because the thousand-faced assassin's methods were cold and harsh. On the other hand, it was also proof of his cautiousness. Just who was it that caused this strongest Fiend heir of hidden death sect to feel apprehensive? The girl in pink swept her gaze across Wu Xiangming and the other cultivators, finally landing on Su Zimo. Even though the process of the thousand-faced assassin's appearance to his exit seemed slow, it happened within a split second in reality. Wu Xiangming and the rest did not have time to react to it at all. Among those present, Su Zimo was the calmest. Not only did he realize something was amiss, he could even retaliate. It was evident who the thousand-faced assassin was wary of. This was the first time that the girl in pink realized Su Zimo was not as pathetic as she had imagined. It was especially so when he fired the arrows earlier on. That handsome man was in fact exuding an aura so fierce it could destroy everything. Not everyone would dare to lay a hand against a Fiend heir of hidden death sect. The girl in pink's eyes lit up as she thought to herself, the way he attacked so decisively. I wonder if he would still behave the same way if he knew it was the thousand-faced assassin. You know who that was? Su Zimo stared into the girl in pink's eyes and asked, frowning. She blinked and replied, "No, I don't." Su Zimo retracted his gaze. He knew that if the girl in pink did not wish to tell, he would not get the true answer no matter how he questioned. Not far away, there were now only 2 of the 4 Southern Mountains sect cultivators left. Even though the both of them looked pained, they immediately removed the storage bags from the 2 corpses and kept it for themselves. And you call that a righteous cultivator of the orthodox path? When the girl in pink saw that, she let out a cold smirk beneath her veil. Chapter 164, Unavoidable Fight. Chapter 164, Unavoidable Fight. My condolences, fellow Taoists. The girl in pink came to Wu Xiangming's side and said, that person attacked us out of no reason and killed 2 people. It's highly likely that was someone from a Fiend sect. Wu Xiangming and the others nodded in pain. Sigh, it's all my fault. The girl in pink sighed gently in an aggrieved manner. If it wasn't for me, those two fellow Taoists wouldn't have been implicated and ended up dying here. Those from Fiend sects are so powerful. I think we're no match for them. When he heard that, Wu Xiangming hurriedly said, "It's not your fault, Yener." The girl in pink pursed her lips as a glint flashed in her eyes. As though she had made some sort of a decision, she replied gently, "Brother Wu, please leave. I've decided to proceed alone. Please don't follow me anymore. If you guys end up being hurt because of me, I'll..." The girl in pink burst into tears as she spoke, tears welling up in her eyes in a pitiful manner. For that moment, Su Zimo was almost moved by the girl in pink's display of emotions as well. However, he snapped out of his stupor right after and his expression was cold. Wu Xiangming was somewhat at a loss. He wanted to reach out and help the girl in pink wipe away her tears. However, as though he had lost his courage, he immediately remarked, "Yener, don't cry. Don't worry. I'll definitely accompany you to the very end." The other Southern Mountain sect cultivator chimed in as well. At the side, Yen Fei was evidently moved too. However, the way he looked at the girl in pink was a little strange, as though there was a hint of lust and evil in his eyes. "Yener, listen to me." Wu Xiangming said deeply, "That person may have been swift and decisive in his attacks, but in a direct battle, he may not be a match for me." The girl in pink stopped sniffling and nodded her head, not fully understanding. Su Zimo lamented internally, even though this person is completely bewitched by the girl in pink, he still has some sanity left in him and knows how to analyze the situation. In Su Zimo's opinion, the corpse earlier was akin to how assassins behaved as detailed in history books. If they missed their attacks, they would flee. Assassins need not be extremely strong, but they specialize in disguise, concealment and stealth. Like a shadow, the combination of those techniques was terrifying and extremely difficult to deal with. Of course, although Wu Xiangming realized that, Su Zimo did not have high hopes of him. Not to mention Wu Xiangming, even Su Zimo did not guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed from that assassin if he did not have his spirit perception. That was a terrifying assassin. Through the various details of that attempt earlier, it was clear that the assassin's true strength and physique was also extremely strong. But of course, Su Zimo had his spirit perception and was not afraid of that assassin. If he dared appear once more, Su Zimo would definitely kill him right away. Someone like that was way too dangerous. Perhaps he had sensed something. The assassin did not appear once more after escaping. The girl in pink continued to navigate the cracks, protected by Wu Xiangming and the other two. Su Zimo stood at the back with burning eyes and quivering ears. Nothing could elude his senses. This time round, Wu Xiangming and the other two were evidently much more careful with every step they took. When they encountered corpses again, neither of them walked past just like that. Instead, they chose to stay by the girl in pink's side and proceed in a triangular formation while stabbing the corpses a couple of times. Before long, they arrived at yet another fork. Wu Xiangming turned and looked at Su Zimo, who had kept silent the entire way. Feeling a sudden sense of frustration, he shouted, "Hey, that's Su something. You had better stop following us. The sight of you makes me irritated." To Wu Xiangming, Su Zimo was almost non-existent to a point where he did not even bother to remember the latter's name. That's right. That person hasn't helped at all and is timid like a mouse. He doesn't even dare to walk in front and just chooses to follow us. Another Southern Mountain sect cultivator grumbled. Su Zimo did not reply and merely looked calm with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Through the journey, Su Zimo hardly made any moves. Most of the time, he was just watching coldly from the sidelines. The reason why he did not do anything was because there was no need to. To Wu Xiangming, Su Zimo merely shouted for them to stop and fired 2 arrows. However, only the girl in pink knew how important that warning and 2 arrows fired from Su Zimo was. Given the thousand-faced assassin's history, he would have killed everyone else except her if he didn't have anything to be wary of. Standing at the fork, Wu Xiangming looked at Su Zimo and questioned in disdain, "Su Zimo, tell me. What are you good for, huh?" "Brother Wu, please don't make things difficult for him," the girl in pink quickly said at the side. "Humph." Wu Xiangming harumphed coldly and turned back, walking to the right of the fork while mumbling incessantly, "Bloody disciple of Ethereal Peak? He's nothing at all." Right at that moment, Su Zimo stood on the spot. As though he had sensed something, his eyes shone with a cold glint. "You asked me what I'm good for, huh?" Su Zimo suddenly laughed and replied calmly, "Actually, my role is simple. At the very least, I can warn some people from stepping onto a path of no return. Stop acting mysterious and spouting nonsense." Wu Xiangming turned around and scoffed coldly, "Speak your mind. There's no need to beat around the bush." Su Zimo pointed to the path behind Wu Xiangming and replied indifferently, "If I were you, I wouldn't continue down this path." "Ha ha ha." Wu Xiangming burst out in laughter. "What a bloody joke. You really think someone like you, an early-stage foundation establishment, is qualified to teach me on what path I should take?" "As you wish," Su Zimo raised his brows. Wu Xiangming kept his smile and replied coldly, "Su something, let me give a piece of advice to a cowardly cultivator like you. Hurry and go home to be a farmer instead, lest you come out and embarrass yourself. You want to cultivate immortality and gain the Tao with those guts? Dream on." "Fufu, Senior Brother Wu is absolutely right," another Southern Mountains sect cultivator joined in. "Yenner, let's go. There's no need to listen to this punk's nonsense. With me around, even if there are fiend cultivators, they will have to make way." Wu Xiangming remarked as he walked down the fork path with the other Southern Mountains sect cultivator. The girl in pink hesitated slightly and looked at Su Zimo before following them. Yan Fei stared the girl in pink's graceful figure with a burning gaze and followed suit. Su Zimo merely watched the four of them head down the path without following. Due to the presence of the ancient spirit restricting formation, none of them were able to use their storage bags. As such, they had taken all the items they needed before entering the place. Su Zimo's choice was his cold moon saber and sanguine crystal bow along with 10 arrows. He stood on the spot and removed the sanguine crystal bow from his back. Holding 3 arrows in his hands, he muttered with a cold gaze, "In the end, this is still an unavoidable fight." Su Zimo's hearing power was incredible. Just a moment earlier, he vaguely heard footsteps from the deep end of the road. There were many people. At the same time, there was a fresh scent of blood wafting from the road. Those people had ill intentions. That was the reason why Su Zimo persuaded Wu Xiangming and the rest to not head down that fork road. Unfortunately, they chose not to heed his advice. Chapter 165, Such Fast Arrows. Chapter 165, Such Fast Arrows. Wu Xiangming and the other Southern Mountains sect cultivator walked in front and the itinerant cultivator, Yan Fei, took the back, leaving the girl in pink in the middle. After walking for a while, Wu Xiangming frowned and suddenly stopped in his tracks, listening intently. "Oh." His expression changed as he whispered, "There's people up ahead. Hurry, retreat." If it was just a couple of people, Wu Xiangming would not be afraid of them. However, the footsteps were messy and it was evident that there were many people rushing in their direction rapidly. Not daring to undertake the risk, Wu Xiangming intended to retreat from where they were before making further plans. However, the people up ahead were extremely fast. Just as Wu Xiangming finished speaking, there were already many people ahead of him. Their weapons flashed maliciously as they let out a cold and murderous aura. Without hesitating, the girl in pink was the first to retreat. Wu Xiangming and the other two did the same. However, because he and the Southern Mountains sect cultivator was at the front when they entered, they were now the last while retreating. Fu-fu-fu. A hoarse and sinister laughter echoed out behind them. When she heard the laughter, a cold glint flickered through the eyes of the girl in pink. She knew who was on the other end. The sinister voice rang once more, Demoness G, to think that you would dare get involved in this mess too. You're really tired of living, aren't you? The girl in pink's red lips opened slightly beneath her veil, as though she wanted to say something but held back. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sharp blades tore through the air with great force and extreme speed. Wu Xiangming and the other guy at the back did not dare to delay as they spun around and slashed back with their swords hurriedly. Clang! Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metals clashing could be heard as sparks flew in the darkness. Wu Xiangming and the other guy's bodies trembled. Even though they had managed to block the attacks, they could feel their arms going numb. That momentary delay was all it took for the vanguard of the pursuers to come close. Looking menacing and murderous, they bellowed and pounced over. Yenner, leave first. I'll hold them here. I'll definitely not let them reach you. Wu Xiangming shouted without turning back. Standing in the middle of the path with his fellow sect mate, they faced the incoming aggressors. You must be courting death. Wu Xiangming harumphed and twisted his wrist. His long sword trembled and let out a menacing sword chi, coiling like an unpredictable python as it stabbed forth. Panic flashed across the eyes of the lunging aggressor. He clearly had not expected such means from Wu Xiangming. Even though he wanted to dodge, it was too late. A bloody light flashed and a bloody hole appeared on the man's chest, his eyes dimming gradually. Wu Xiangming kicked the man's corpse away and continued fighting with the other pursuers. Melee combat was far more dangerous than sword kinesis fights. This was because both parties would be revolving around a small area and it was a fight of speed without much room for reaction. Any single bit of carelessness would result in one being struck by an attack and may even possibly lead to their deaths instantly. The two cultivators ahead were barehanded. Coupled with the fact that they underestimated their opponents, they ended up being killed within a single move by Wu Xiangming and the other Southern Mountains sect cultivator. Initially, Wu Xiangming thought that those two swords would be able to scare the cultivators at the back. However, he did not expect that despite the deaths of the two cultivators, the other pursuers did not even hesitate as they dashed at him expressionlessly. The coldness in their eyes caused Wu Xiangming's heart to skip a beat. Who are you guys? He questioned loudly while retreating. You dare barge into this place without even knowing who we are? Seems like you were quite bewitched by that Demoness G, huh? Fu-fu-fu, your stupidity knows no bounds. A cold laughter echoed from the crowd. I'm a disciple of Southern Mountains sect, one of the 5 major sects. I don't know of any Demoness G. You had better tell me who you are lest we end up on bad terms. Wu Xiangming shouted once more. Chapter 129, Hexagonal Sword Formation. Chapter 129, Hexagonal Sword Formation. Even though Su Zimo was still calm upon hearing that, the many disciples below were shocked and excited. Senior Brother Feng's finally about to use the sect's secret skill. I heard that it's one of the 3 major secret skills, Ethereal Sword. Through the ethereal planes, the sword is nowhere to be seen. Ethereal Sword is one of the strongest sword kinesis skills within our great Zhou dynasty. Finally, we'll get to see it today. Most of the people present were trial disciples of the 5 peaks who usually would not have a chance to catch a glimpse of the sect's secret skills. Right now, their eyes were all widened in anticipation. The disheveled old man frowned. He looked at Wen Xian and said in a deep voice, "Let's stop the battle here and consider it as a draw between both parties." In all fairness, for Feng Haoyu to have to use the sect's secret skills against Su Zimo, he had already lost in the first place. That was because most normal trial disciples would not have the rights to learn Ethereal Sword. The disheveled old man's suggestion at this point was already a compromise on his end. Wen Xian pondered for a short moment before shaking his head. At this point, how can we appease the masses if a victor is not decided? Wen Xian, is it because you're indignant that Feng Haoyu was unable to win this? The disheveled old man was a little angry. Yes. Wen Xian turned to the disheveled old man and replied, "The three of you have been teaching Su Zimo how to refine elixirs, weapons and imparting sword formations to him. I can let that slide. However, Feng Haoyu is a disciple of Spirit Peak. I can't let him lose in a battle. That is a concern of my peak's glory." You. The disheveled old man hesitated. Wen Xian waved it off. "I'm never wrong in my judgment of people. Haoyu is the future hope of our sect. At the end of the day, the legacy of our sect is not about elixir or weapon refinement. True strength is what matters." Right then in the spirit arena, Su Zimo said something that interrupted the argument between the disheveled old man and Wen Xian. "The sect's secret skill?" Su Zimo laughed and shook his head. "Feng Haoyu, if that's your last resort, you will definitely lose this fight." Everyone was stunned. No one could imagine that Su Zimo would say something like that in the face of the sect's secret skill. Was he looking down on the sect's secret skill or Feng Haoyu? What right did Su Zimo have? Ha ha ha. Feng Haoyu burst out in laughter. "Su Zimo, I think you don't know just how strong our sect's secret skill is to speak of that nonsense. Today, I'll teach you how to be a human. Go." Feng Haoyu conjured a sword art as his fingertip emitted a trace of spiritual energy and injected it into the flying sword. Quivering endlessly, the sword tore through the voids and a series of shadows appeared behind it in a bewitching manner. It was hard to tell between reality and illusion. When he saw that, Wen Xian nodded as his eyes flashed with admiration. The brown-haired youth commented with a grave look, "There are 3 levels to ethereal sword. To think that Feng Haoyu would have mastered level 1, shadows, this quickly. Haoyu has a wind spirit root to begin with and he's the most suited to cultivate ethereal sword. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him learn the sect's secret skill while he's in Qi condensation realm," Wen Xian replied indifferently. In the spirit arena, Su Zimo retracted his 3 flying swords which hovered in front of him. Slapping his storage bag, another 3 flying swords appeared in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, all 3 of them were inferior-grade spirit weapons as well. Everyone was stunned. 6 inferior-grade flying swords. That was something completely unimaginable for Qi refinement warriors. What's going on? Holy fuck. How is Su Zimo taking out inferior-grade spirit weapons 3 at a time? How is he obtaining them so cheaply? Most of the cultivators watched with widened eyes as their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Many disciples were already envious over Su Zimo's previous summoning of 3 inferior-grade flying swords. Now that he summoned yet another 3, most of them could not take it any longer. Chapter 166, Tsunami Blood. Chapter 166, Tsunami Blood. 3 black flashes of light tore through the air and came close in the blink of an eye with a chilling intent. The black-robed cultivator was still charging forward with his initial momentum. Without any time to think, he collapsed to his knees immediately and had his body fall backwards. With such a dodging method, everyone behind the black-robed cultivator suffered. Poof! 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 The sounds of arrows piercing through flesh rang out constantly as blood splattered all over. Tragic shrieks could be heard and the crowd fell onto the ground in a terrible mess. Due to inertia, the black-robed cultivator's knees slid a distance forward, tearing the bottom of his robes and staining them with mud. Sitting up straight, there was a faint scar of blood between the eyes of the black-robed cultivator that was extremely glaring. Even though he had already reacted extremely quickly, he was still a tad slower and the arrow cut his glabella. Instantly, the pupils of the black-robed cultivator turned dark as ink. In fact, even the whites of his eyes were veiled with a dark fog. As malevolent aura shrouded him, he ordered coldly, "I don't care who shot that arrow. Today, you're definitely going to." Before he could finish, a voice rang from the fork. "Shut up." The voice sounded impatient and commanding. That enraged the black-robed cultivator. Here, no one else could order him around. Just as he was about to finish his sentence with "die for sure," another cold flash of light appeared accompanied by a buzzing sound. It was yet another arrow. The black-robed cultivator had no choice but to swallow his words before he could finish and bend over that straightened body of his once more. Poof! 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 The cultivators behind him were the victims again. At the fork. The girl in pink and Yen Fei had already escaped. Looking at Su Zimo who was shooting the arrows, the girl in pink frowned. Gritting her teeth, she glared and questioned, "Su Zimo, weren't you afraid that your arrows might have hit us just now?" Su Zimo gave the girl in pink a cold look. Without saying anything, he gestured towards the other path on the fork, indicating for her to head in that direction. Biting her red lips, the girl in pink said in a low voice, "Remember that your mission is to protect my safety." Still expressionless, Su Zimo looked at the fork road where the black-robed cultivator was and suddenly asked, "Those are people of the Fiend sects?" "That's right, they are disciples of Fiend sects." The girl in pink nodded hurriedly. "Oh." Su Zimo replied and turned to look at the girl in pink, replying indifferently, "I never show mercy to anyone from Fiend sections. If I meet one, I kill one." He truly bore a deep hatred towards Fiend sections. Back in Yen country, Joyful Sect was not of the orthodox path. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed the cruel methods of the Fiend sects where hundreds of thousands of innocents suffered tragic deaths in Linfeng City. Even though Su Zimo's comment seemed casual, it felt like he was implying something as well. A glint flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she smiled. "You can't be so sure of that." Su Zimo did not say anything and hung the sanguine crystal bow on his back. Pulling out the cold moon saber from his waist, he headed for the fork road. The black-robed cultivator charged over with his black bone spear only to see a scholarly-looking green-robed man headed for his direction. The man was slinging a blood-red bow and a quiver on his back, holding a long saber in his hands. "You were the one who fired the arrows?" The eyes of the black-robed cultivator lit up as his lips curled slightly. With a cruel look in his eyes, he strode forth and stabbed with the spear. Malevolent aura surrounded the bone spear, gushing out like black ink. Even though he had not injected any spirit energy, the might of that bone spear far surpassed other weapons. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he twisted his wrist and slashed up with the cold moon saber. Clang! The bone spear was flung away by the cold moon saber. "Oh!" The black-robed cultivator exclaimed softly with a look of surprise, wondering internally, what's the background of this person? In this place, he had not to come across a cultivator that could not only defend against his bone spear, but force it away. Of the 7 Fiend sects, there were only 3 that imparted high-quality body tempering techniques. The strongest among those 3 was Overlord Palace, followed by Malevolent Earth Sect and lastly, Hidden Death Sect. Even though disciples of the other 4 Fiend sects tempered their bodies as well, they merely did it by making use of spirit chi and energy. That was the most common form of body tempering. However, compared to true body tempering cultivators, those cultivators were much weaker in melee combat. As the Fiend heir of this generation's Malevolent Earth Sect, the black-robed cultivator's melee combat strength needed no elaboration. Before entering this place, the black-robed cultivator only considered 2 people in this inheritance ground that was worth his attention, the Fiend heirs of Overlord Palace and Hidden Death Sect. There was naturally no way this green-robed scholar before him was the Fiend heir of Overlord Palace. Even though the Fiend heir of Hidden Death sect was known as the Thousand-Faced Assassin and no one had seen his true appearance, his choice of weapon was constant. It was the Blade of Assassins, Hidden Death sect's heritage weapon. A long and slender sword, the Blade of Assassins was unlike the saber in front of him. Swish! After repelling the bone spear, Su Zimo's Cold Moon saber did not rest and continued slashing forth, aimed for the cheek of the black-robed cultivator. Before the attack arrived, the black-robed cultivator could already feel its chilling intent. If not for the fact that he had tempered his body with spirit and malevolent chi over many years, the black-robed cultivator may have turned stiff against the aura of that attack. How strong! The black-robed cultivator did not dare to be careless as he hurriedly retreated and dodged the attack. In that short while, the other cultivators of Malevolent Earth sect swarmed from the Fork Road and surrounded Su Zimo. Fufu, what a pity that someone of your skills will have to die here. Laughing, the black-robed cultivator channeled his bloodline and instantly, his eyes turned black as ink without any traces of white in them. A faint malevolent aura was emitted from him. With an indifferent expression, Su Zimo shook the saber in his hands and his bloodline began to churn as well. I'll let you have a proper burial today. The black-robed cultivator bellowed and released his power of blood before charging forth. With a flick of his bone spear, a huge circular arc appeared. Black gas swirled around as the tip of the spear fluttered, making it difficult to tell what it was. At the side, the other Malevolent Earth sect cultivators struck as well. Fufufu. Su Zimo burst out into laughter, his eyes filled with killing intent. Splash! Splash! Before his laughter ended, the black-robed cultivator and everyone else heard the gushing of an ocean. That sound came from the body of that green-robed scholar. What? That's the sound when one channels their bloodline. What a strong bloodline. Could it be the legendary Tsunami blood realm? Everyone's expressions changed in disbelief. Body tempering techniques were differentiated into high and low qualities. Low-quality body tempering techniques merely tempered one's skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. However, a high-quality body tempering technique could achieve an effect of swapping blood using the bone marrow. For high-quality body tempering techniques, there would always be mention of a specific realm for blood swapping, lead-mercury amalgam. What it meant was that every single drop of blood in that realm would be as heavy, tough, dense, and powerful as lead and mercury. That was an extremely high realm of blood swapping and was difficult to achieve. Above lead-mercury amalgam, there was an even more mystical realm, Tsunami blood. It was said that if a body-tempered cultivator of that realm were to channel his bloodline, his body would produce the gushing sounds of a tsunami and burst forth with explosive power. Each time a cultivator as such attacked, he would carry the surging aura of a tsunami as though he wanted to annihilate the world. Power as such was unstoppable and terrifying beyond words. Chapter 167, I'll Kill You First. Chapter 167, I'll Kill You First. Everyone was shocked when they heard the sound of tsunami blood. Immediately, the expressions of the black-robed cultivator and everyone else changed once more, disbelief spread across their faces as their pupils contracted. Bang! Boom! Boom! There was also a faint sound of thunder amidst the sound of tsunamis. It was deep, powerful and shocking. What is this? Why is there thunder in that tsunami sound? After cultivating two top-notch marrow cleansing techniques, Su Zimo's realm was not comparable to a mere tsunami blood. The sound of his bloodline was like thunder, resonating like a tiger and leopard. This was the tiger-leopard thunder sound, something unheard of in Tianhuang mainland. Not to mention the black-robed cultivator, even the patriarch-level demons of Malevolent Earth sect would not be able to recognize the origin of this bloodline. Each time Su Zimo released his power of blood now, he would not only possess the grandeur of a tsunami, he would also possess the ferocity of tigers and leopards alongside the intense power of thunder. A bedazzling streak of lightning appeared on the cold moon saber and illuminated the darkness around them. The expression of the black-robed cultivator changed starkly. Malevolent chi had a Yin attribute and was mostly hidden underground beneath the nine hells. What it feared most was an unyielding power such as thunder. The bone spear he was wielding was tempered using malevolent chi. Even merely waving it without any stances would produce considerable power. Coupled with the malevolent chi in his bloodline, the might of the bone spear was even greater. But right now, the trump card of the black-robed cultivator was suppressed entirely by Su Zimo. Without any time to think, the black-robed cultivator retracted his spear alongside the changing momentum of the fight. Gripping his bone spear tightly with both hands, he gave up on offense and went for complete defense. Clang! The cold moon saber struck the bone spear heavily. Pitch-black malevolent chi had just gushed up from the bone spear and was suppressed by a brilliant surge of lightning immediately. The body of the black-robed cultivator trembled in shock. With a low grunt, he retreated repeatedly as his arms ached in soreness terribly. Actually, he was not weaker than Su Zimo in terms of strength. However, the power of thunder was an innate weakness for malevolent chi. Even if the black-robed cultivator was strong, he could only exert less than 70% of his strength and was forced to retreat against Su Zimo. If this was the case for a fiend heir of malevolent earth sect, it was even worse for the rest. Sword beams and shadows flashed repeatedly as a group of malevolent earth sect cultivators surrounded Su Zimo. He narrowed his eyes. It was unrealistic to think he would be able to kill the black-robed cultivator in a short period of time. If he was held up by the latter, he might very well fall into an entrapment. No matter how weak those malevolent earth sect cultivators were, they were also body-tempered cultivators. Su Zimo did not dare to be overconfident. His eyes lit up as he roared into the skies. Bursting with his feet, he dashed to the side and slashed out with his cold moon saber. It was a ferocious attack. With a loud snap, the weapon in a malevolent earth sect cultivator's hands was severed by Su Zimo. His entire body was cleaved into two as blood gushed out, splattering his organs to the ground and filling the air with a stench of blood. Poof! Poof! Su Zimo flipped his hand and the cold moon saber made two more arcs. Two malevolent earth sect cultivators felt a stinging pain on their throats as a thin, blood scar formed on their necks. After a slight delay, a blood mist sprayed out from them. Su Zimo sidestepped and slashed out a bloody path in a domineering manner. He did not pause at all as weapons started falling in all directions. After he rushed out, Su Zimo almost did not stop at all before charging back. Swoosh! With a slash of his saber, his blood surged and thunder rumbled. Ah! A malevolent earth sect cultivator roared and channeled his blood. He lifted a large shield with his upper body and charged forth. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard when the cold moon saber landed on the shield. Right after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Behind the shield, the face of the malevolent earth sect cultivator was ashen. His bones were completely shattered as he collapsed to the ground, coughing out blood as life drained out of him. That strike caused everyone watching to tremble in fear as their teeth chattered. Su Zimo did not know of any saber techniques at all. His attacks were all discovered through actual combat. With large saber strikes, his bearing was magnificent and extremely forceful. Of the malevolent earth sect cultivators, the black-robed cultivator was the only one who could withstand Su Zimo's power head-on. For the rest, the best outcome was for their weapons to be hid away from their hands. The worst would be death on the spot. Because no one was able to face Su Zimo head-on, the many cultivators of malevolent earth sect could not form their circular attack formation. Lad, you're from an immortal sect? The black-robed cultivator frowned and questioned. Immortal sect? Su Zimo frowned. He only understood many of the things he did not know in the past after joining Ethereal Peak. Immortal, that was a word that no one was qualified to use in the cultivation world, and many people would not dare to either. If immortal cultivation was that simple, why would it be called cultivation? Back in Pingyang town, when Su Zimo saw perfected being Tsang Lang, he thought that was an immortal who was backed by an immortal sect. But in reality, perfected being Tsang Lang could only be considered a cultivator, and Iridescent Cloud's Palace was merely one of the 5 major sects, not an immortal sect. Within the region of the Great Zhou dynasty, no one had heard of the existence of an immortal sect. The black-robed cultivator took Su Zimo's silence as acknowledgement and felt slightly better internally. The 9 immortal and 7 fiend sects were on par. They were the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. If this green-robed scholar was a successor of an immortal sect, it would make sense for his bloodline to be this powerful. Fellow Daoist, you've got quite the guts. As someone of an immortal sect, how dare you interfere in the affairs of our fiend sects? From what I know, cultivators of all 7 fiend sects are here today. Other than me, the other 5 fiend heirs are here too. The black-robed cultivator scoffed coldly. It'll be wise of you to leave now. If you really bump into that lunatic from Overlord Palace, you won't be able to leave if you wanted to. 7 fiend sects. Demon Heir. Overlord Palace. Those words were extremely foreign to Su Zimo, and he had not heard of them before. But, since they were from fiend sects, it made no difference to Su Zimo, he would just kill them all. Oh. Su Zimo raised his brow and asked in reverse, so, that means you're the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect? That's right. The black-robed cultivator replied proudly. That's perfect. Su Zimo's eyes lit up brightly with an even more ferocious killing intent. He declared coldly, since we've met, I'll kill you first. Oh. The black-robed cultivator was rattled as his heart skipped a beat. He had not expected that his statement would not only fail to scare off Su Zimo, but bring forth killing intent instead. In theory, anyone from immortal sects would want to keep a safe distance no matter what if they heard news of the Fiend Heirs gathering. The gathering of Fiend Heirs was equivalent to the gathering of the top successors of the Fiend sections. With that, what other Tianhuang mainland cultivator of the same level would dare to linger at a place as such? That was unless legacy disciples of the 9 immortal sects were gathered as well. However, the black-robed cultivator would not have guessed that Su Zimo's fearlessness was not because he was confident in his skills. Rather, it was because Su Zimo wasn't someone of an immortal sect, and nor had he heard of the name of the 7 fiend sections. Damn it, yet another lunatic. The black-robed cultivator cursed internally. Which one of the 9 immortal sects produced such a freak? And worse still, why the hell was I the one to bump into him? Before that thought of his was finished, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. Boom! With the plow heaven stride, a huge ravine appeared on the ground. It was a terrifying sight. Chapter 168, Forced Retreat. Chapter 168, Forced Retreat. With the plow heaven stride, Su Zimo's aura became even stronger. In that sheer instant, the black-robed cultivator had a hallucination that a gigantic fissure was ripped out in the skies above him. Su Zimo swung his cold moon saber and drew an arc in the air. Cleaving down viciously at the head of the black-robed cultivator, his saber was filled with a cold aura and sharp killing intent. Not daring to clash head-on, the black-robed cultivator took a sidestep and glided beside Su Zimo. His bone spear struck out like a viper from a tricky angle. Oh! He narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he had many options. He could repel the incoming bone spear with his cold moon saber, or he could dodge the attack and retaliate after. However, both options would eliminate the advantage that Su Zimo had just accumulated. Besides, it was inappropriate for him to fight the other party overly given such circumstances where he was surrounded by multiple enemies. The best way of getting out of this situation was to kill the black-robed cultivator using thunder methods. That would destroy the minds of the malevolent Earth sect cultivators completely. Faced with the incoming bone spear, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he hollered, "Good strike." He did not evade or dodge at all. Instead, he opened his palm like a fan and grabbed the bone spear. At the same time, Su Zimo changed strategy and stopped his downward cleave. Flicking his wrist, he held the cold moon saber in reverse and slashed at the black-robed cultivator's threat. "You must be courting death." The black-robed cultivator harumphed coldly. No one would be able to defend against his bone spear barehanded. He believed even that lunatic from Overlord Palace could not do it. The black-robed cultivator was absolutely confident that he would stab Su Zimo in the chest after crushing his arm, piercing his heart and killing him on the spot. Right as Su Zimo's palm was about to make contact with the black-robed cultivator's bone spear, a strange change happened. A ball of lightning suddenly formed on Su Zimo's palm. It was bedazzling and coiled like an electric viper, crackling incessantly. "Oh! Thunder art!" The black-robed cultivator's expression changed as he could not help but exclaim. Even though Su Zimo's cold moon saber had lightning flashing on it previously, no one thought too much. They merely assumed that it was similar to the bone spear and was made from unique spirit materials that had lightning attributes. It was merely a spirit weapon. But right now, a ball of lightning was formed in Su Zimo's palm. What did that mean? The black-robed cultivator's first thought was that it was a thunder art. However, he realized that wasn't possible. With the ancient spirit lock formation, all Foundation establishment cultivators had their spirit energy locked. Even if this green-robed scholar was from an immortal sect, he was no exception. Bloodline. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the black-robed cultivator's mind. When Su Zimo channeled his blood previously, it not only emitted tsunami sounds but also the rumbling of thunder. This power of thunder originated from his bloodline. As the black-robed cultivator thought, Su Zimo's palm had already made contact with the bone spear. Instantly, the malevolent chi on the bone spear dissipated into emptiness and dispersed. The black-robed cultivator was not fazed. Even though the power of thunder could suppress the malevolent chi in his bone spear, Su Zimo's palm was flesh and blood after all and could not be compared to his bone spear. With a feral look on his face, the black-robed cultivator's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He roared and exerted strength in both arms, shaking his bone spear, bent on crushing Su Zimo's palm. Suddenly, the black-robed cultivator's expression froze. Su Zimo's palm turned soft all of a sudden and coiled around his bone spear like a tongue. Bam! The bone spear quivered and let out a dull ringing sound. Ah! Yelling in pain, the palm of the black-robed cultivator shattered. Blood splattered all over the place as the bone spear flew from his hand. At the same time, he felt a chilling intent striking from his side that had him feeling as though he had fallen into an ice cavern. The cold moon saber was slashing over. Not good. The black-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat. It was too late by the time he wanted to dodge. Su Zimo's choice of receiving the black-robed cultivator's bone spear barehanded was just so he could kill the latter within a single move. With the death of the black-robed cultivator, the other cultivators of the malevolent Earth sect that were like chickens and dogs would be of no threat to him. Oh! All of a sudden. As though he sensed something, Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. In a split second, a warning flashed in his heart and he felt a cold, murderous intent. It was a familiar killing intent. He had felt this from the assassin that pretended to be a dead corpse when they had just entered this place. Su Zimo did not know when that corpse had infiltrated this place and what he was disguised as this time round. The only thing he knew was that he would be buried here if he was any slower. At that thought, Su Zimo halted his cold moon saber. The black-robed cultivator was, after all, a fiend heir of malevolent earth sect. He had been through countless battles and there was no way he would give up an opportunity as such. Leaning back, the black-robed cultivator landed on the ground firmly and retreated furiously. Su Zimo did not stay at the same spot either. Suddenly, he sidestepped and lowered his body, using both hands and legs on the ground like a giant python that was maneuvering grass. Shing! A long, thin sword landed on the spot where Su Zimo stood earlier on, leaving a shocking sword scar in the ground. If Su Zimo was half a step slower, a bloodied hole would have appeared on his body. The person who struck out the sword was mixed in with the cultivators of malevolent earth sect. Even though he looked no different from anyone else, the long, thin sword he was wielding appeared unique. His gaze landing on the sword, the black-robed cultivator narrowed his eyes and let out a low cry, "Thousand-faced assassin." Even though the thousand-faced assassin's identity was revealed, there was no fluctuation in his expression and his gaze converged with no luster. Without saying a single word, the thousand-faced assassin flicked his wrist and the long, thin sword strangely disappeared. Following that, his body flashed like a ghost and he disappeared into the fork. With that missed attack, he fled right on the spot and did not give Su Zimo any chances. The black-robed cultivator's eyes flickered as he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." As soon as he said that, the black-robed cultivator continued down the fork with the many malevolent earth sect cultivators following suit. Su Zimo's expression changed. After weighing his options on the spot, he turned and left, headed for the direction of the girl in pink. Even though it was a short exchange of blows, this incident would definitely cause quite a stir if the cultivation world knew about it. It wasn't just anyone who could force a retreat out of two fiend heirs single-handedly. But of course, there were two reasons why Su Zimo gave up on chasing after the black-robed cultivator. Initially, he had intended to end the battle in the swiftest possible manner by killing the black-robed cultivator using thunder methods. Now that the black-robed cultivator retreated into the fork under the protection of many, it wasn't a realistic option for Su Zimo to pursue any longer. Furthermore, there might be a supreme killer hidden along that fork road. The second reason was because of the girl in pink. Su Zimo had promised to ensure her safety. Even though he had already vaguely guessed her identity, he had to fulfill his promise before he was absolutely certain and could not afford to linger here for too long. Moreover, the itinerant cultivator, Yan Fei, was around the girl in pink. Su Zimo had long noticed that there was something amiss with the way Yan Fei looked at the girl in pink. Chapter 169, A Pool of Blood. Chapter 169, A Pool of Blood. The girl in pink and Yan Fei ran non-stop through the fork. Yan Fei's head was lowered and his eyes flashed with a changing expression, no one could read his thoughts. After a moment, a cold glint flashed in Yan Fei's eyes as though he had made up his mind about something. Moving forward suddenly, he pinned the girl in pink against the wall. He raised his arm and choked it around the girl in pink's throat, almost pressing himself against her entirely. Ugh! The girl in pink grunted softly and frowned, asking, "What are you doing?" "It hurts." The tender voice of the girl in pink seduced itself into Yan Fei's heart, causing it to skip a beat. Instinctively, he loosened his grip even though he did not remove his arm still. Leaning in, Yan Fei stared keenly into the girl in pink's eyes. He spoke with a warm moisture in his breath, "Demoness G, do you really think I'm like those fools of Southern Mountain Sect? You thought that I came to this place because I was bewitched by your charm as well? What are you talking about?" The girl in pink blinked huge, innocent eyes and asked in puzzlement. "Fu." Yan Fei smiled lecherously. "Stop pretending. Others may not know of your identity, but which disciple of Fiend Sects would not know who you are? Furthermore, I've been coveting your body for the longest time, hee hee." The girl in pink's gaze turned cold as she asked, "You're from Cloud Rain Sect?" "Smart," Yan Fei praised. "No wonder you're this generation's pure maiden." With an unchanged expression, the girl in pink asked again, "Did Shengguan Yu send you?" "Him?" Yan Fei scoffed coldly, "Even though he's the fiend heir of Cloud Rain Sect, he can't command me. As long as I obtain your body, I'll make a name for myself within the fiend sects and gain a huge boost in my powers. I'll trample Shengguan Yu beneath my feet and replace him to be the new fiend heir of Cloud Rain Sect. Demoness G, surrender that precious pure maiden essence in your body to me." "Why you're doing it here? What if as someone comes?" Finally, a hint of panic flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she asked with a trembling voice. Yan Fei laughed. "Don't worry, I'll take you out of this place right away so we don't get involved in this mess. As long as I obtain your pure maiden essence, it won't matter whether or not we get the inheritance of this place. Furthermore, there's that lunatic of Overlord Palace. Even if a couple of you fiend heirs combine forces, you might not be a match for him. Be Brother Yen. If I lose my virginity, my status as the pure maiden will be gone and I won't be able to stay in the sect any longer. See, can you not abandon Yenner?" The girl in pink wept as she said pitifully, "Brother Yen, as long as you don't let me down, I'm willing to serve you like a slave for the rest of my life without forsaking you." Yan Fei's heart softened. For the pure maiden of the fiend sects to beg pitifully, there was no one who could turn down such a request heartlessly. However, today was a rare opportunity that Yan Fei could not possibly give up. "Yenner, don't worry. As long as I obtain your pure maiden essence, I'll definitely not abandon you." Yan Fei replied gently, "You under Cloud Rain Sect as well. If I become Cloud Rain Sect's fiend heir, I'll have no lack of women around me. However, I guarantee that there'll always be a place for you. Is that so?" Right then, the girl in pink exhaled with the fragrance of flowers. Lifting her veil gently, she revealed a flawless smile and a soul-stealing pink glint flickered through her eyes. Yan Fei was slightly taken aback and his expression stiffened, a momentary daze appearing in his eyes. Not good. The next moment, he was alarmed. Just as he was about to exert force through his arm, he felt a throbbing pain in his chest as he was drained of energy. In that moment when Yan Fei was dazed, the girl in pink suddenly struck and punched Yan Fei on the chest fiercely, injuring his heart severely. Right after, her arm climbed up Yan Fei's chest like a fair snake. Spreading her slender fingers, she grabbed Yan Fei's throat. Snap! The girl in pink's gaze was ice-cold and she was extremely decisive, pinching it without hesitation. Yan Fei's throat ruptured and he died on the spot, his eyes filled with indignance. The entire process lasted for a very short period of time. When Yan Fei's body collapsed to the ground, the girl in pink's veil fell slowly and covered that ravishing face of hers once more. Su Zimo had just arrived in time to see the girl in pink retract her hand. Her palm was smooth as jade, shining and delicate. It was hard to imagine that a mere palm was so shockingly beautiful that it seemed like the most precious treasure in the world. Even though she had just killed someone, there wasn't a single drop of blood on her palm. After killing Yan Fei, the girl in pink felt something and glanced sideways. When she saw Su Zimo, the coldness in her gaze disappeared. Whimpering, she pounced over like a swallow returning to its nest while saying, "Brother Su, that was a close call. I was nearly bullied just now." Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, totally unmoved. When she pounced at him, he took a sidestep and dodged aside. Throwing herself into the air, the girl in pink pouted her red lips in grievance and confusion. Tears welled up in her eyes that seemed as though they could flow at any moment. After pausing for a moment, the girl in pink seemed to recall something as she asked in concern, "Brother Su, are you all right? Did those people from the demonic malevolent Earth sect hurt you?" Su Zimo did not reply and said suddenly, "Let's continue ahead." "Yes, all right." The girl in pink nodded obediently. Since it's your sect's inheritance ground, you know what's there to be inherited, right? Along the way, Su Zimo asked casually. Perhaps some cultivation techniques or secret skills? The girl in pink replied ambiguously, after all, I've never been to this place before too, so I don't know the exact details. Pausing for a moment, she continued, but I've got a feeling that we're almost reaching the end. In the underground fork road, there was always a thin black fog that emitted a faint smell of blood. As Su Zimo and the girl in pink went deeper, the stench of blood grew thicker. Su Zimo speculated that even though there were many complex fork roads underground, if they were to head for a single direction, all of those roads would lead to the same endpoint. True enough. After walking for a while, Su Zimo and the girl in pink walked out of another fork. The scenery in front of them changed and suddenly became bright. This was an extremely spacious area. Around them, the mountain walls were steep with many dense cracks. Those cracks led to the countless connecting forks outside. In the middle of this place was a gigantic pool with a sparkling surface. This was where the black fog wafted out from. Su Zimo focused his gaze and could not help but take a deep breath as chills ran down his spine. The color of the pool was dark and grisly red. It was a pool of blood. How many people's blood did it take to form such a pool? The girl in pink looked at the blood pool with a glint and fervor in the depth of her eyes. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.